told him. 3.
The meeting will begin in 30 seconds.
Ooh.
I know, I wrote it down last time. You think I'm lying? Let me show you that agenda. It says on Melanie.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order. We won't be able to get to the business of the meeting until we have a mayor or deputy mayor present per the language of the city charter of the city of Pontiac, but we can invocate. So we give the floor to the Honorable Councilman Parker for this evening's invocation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to introduce to you Pastor Chris Johnson of the All Saints Episcopalian Church. He would be doing our invocation this evening. I can do both. You tell me which one you want.
I do have the mic. Oh, excuse me. Let us pray.
Oh, when he died, people ain't gonna worry about it.
Holy God, in your word you have given us a vision of that holy city to which the nations of the world would bring their glory. Behold and visit, we pray, Pontiac and all the cities of the earth. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Send us honest and able leaders. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with order, and that men and women from different cultures and with differing talents may find with one another the fulfillment of their humanity. Bestow upon those who hold office in this city the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. Healing God blessed all communities, businesses, schools, colleges, and universities, and other educational institutions that have suffered violence and trauma this year and in recent years, that in witness to their healing, they may continue to be lively centers for community gathering, commerce, sound learning, new discovery, and the pursuit of wisdom. And grant that those who live and work in these places may find you, O God, to be the source of all truth. We pray especially for those who seek a safe, warm place to call home, a place where personal dignity and self-respect may prevail, a place where our community leaders can discern sound business opportunity without sacrificing human compassion and responsibility. All this we ask through grace, mercy, and power of Jesus our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we remain standing for a brief moment of silence. Each month, we list the names of all known community members that have departed, and that'll be in coming weeks, but we especially raise and venerate the memory of Deborah Burks, the daughter of former Pontiac City Councilwoman Dr. Doris Taylor Burks. We send our sympathy and well wishes to Councilwoman Emeritus Doris Taylor Burks and her entire family. Please join us for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. Roll call, Deputy Clerk.
Councilman Carrington,
Present.
Councilman Goodman,
Here.
Councilwoman James,
Here.
Council President McGinnis,
Present.
Councilman Nicholson,
Here.
Councilman Parker,
Here.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Quorum being established and all members present and voting. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, second by Pro Tem Carrington. That is now before us. Is there a motion to amend the agenda to add a resolution, Councilman Goodman?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to add a resolution acknowledging International Workers' Day.
Support.
All right, so it's been moved by Goodman, seconded by Rutherford. We can make that the new number 6 and all the other resolutions to follow, so that way it falls in as a city council resolution. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that amendment proposed for adding to the agenda? Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, on adoption of the amendment to the agenda. There's a main motion already there for approval of the agenda, so this is an amendment to that main motion.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is incorporated into the agenda that we'll be considering. Mayor Greimel, do we have a resolution for an appointment to the Planning Commission? Have you made a new appointment, or will that be forthcoming next week?
I have interviewed 5 individuals, but why don't we hold off until next week on the actual confirmation vote?
Okay, very good. Is there any further discussion or amendments before us on this evening's agenda? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the agenda as amended. Deputy Clerk Grandison.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is adopted. Is there a motion to approve this
So
evening's
moved.
consent agenda?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This evening's consent agenda has last week's regular city council meeting minutes, the Public Safety, Health, and Wellness Subcommittee meeting of the city council's minutes, and then an update to the price for the trailers contract already approved by the city council, but there was a small price variation, so it's just making that neat and tidy. So that's our consent agenda. No discussion on it. Roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. We are at special presentations. The first special presentation this evening presented by the Anti-Violence Commission Chair Kano Phillips, accompanied with Megan McDonald, Director of Programs for the National Network for Safe Communities at John Jay College. We give the floor to Mayor Greimel to introduce the special presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. We are really excited to have an opportunity this evening to hear from the chairperson, the leader of the Anti-Violence Commission. As Council knows, in the aftermath of terrible tragedy last March, in March of 2022, we appointed the Anti-Violence Commission, and it's, I think, really importantly, a very diverse grouping of residents and community leaders here in Pontiac. It represents people from all walks of life with a variety of perspectives, everyone from law enforcement personnel to former offenders. It reflects everybody from pastors and nonprofit leaders to business leaders. And so it is truly a really diverse grouping of individuals, all of whom are bound together by their common desire to reduce violence in our community. And I want to especially thank a few people. Number one is Kano Phillips, who has poured his heart and soul into this and spent an enormous amount of time and energy leading this diverse and large group of people towards identifying some common recommendations and objectives. But I also want to thank some of our council people who have served on this. I know that Council President Pro Tem William Carrington has spent a lot of his time serving. I know that Councilwoman Kathy James has spent a lot of her time serving, and so I want to commend them as well. We now have some very specific, concrete recommendations from the Anti-Violence Commission, and I also want to note that the Anti-Violence Commission has already been hard at work organizing some positive, constructive events in the community. So we're going to hear from Mr. Phillips tonight about the Anti-Violence Commission's recommendations, and then we're going to hear from the National Network for Safe Communities about a program that they offer and implement in cities across this country that's been very very helpful and effective in reducing violence before it occurs. We know that having a 911 response, a law enforcement response after crimes are committed, while very important, only goes so far in actually reducing the incidence of violence. And so what the Anti-Violence Commission has really focused on, and what the National Network for Safe Communities is all about, is putting measures in place to prevent acts of violence from occurring in the first place. And we look forward now to hearing from Mr. Phillips himself, followed by the National Network for Safe Communities. Take it away, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you so much for that, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and Mayor Pro Tem. We go, okay. And everybody is in attendance today, as well as everybody out here watching, you know, and from their homes. You know, it's an exciting time to an extent, but it's also a horrific time that we even had to get to this particular point. They had to put some things in place to go ahead and safeguard and check some of the things that are taking place out here in this community from a safety standpoint. You know, ultimately, it's never a good thing when you have senior citizens scared to come out of their house or go to the corner store, or kids going to school having to worry about if they're going to come back in one piece because of a violent act. So that's why I'm excited to be able to present to you all the hard work that has taken place over the last year. Well, not quite a year yet, but over the last 11 months. So that being said, this is our official report on behalf of the Anti-Violence Commission. And we're going to go ahead and go to my first slide, which is not working. Thank you. You know, last year for the year 2022, it was actually a horrific year for us when it comes to violent acts. The reality is, you know, we ended the year with 16 homicides in comparison to the year before, which was 12 homicides. And as far as I'm concerned, that's 16 homicides too many. And we actually started out at a pace that I thought we were going to actually crush this number of 16, which kind of led up to where we are right now. Where we look in, and when you want to put it into complexion from a county dynamic, I need you to understand, Pontiac makes up 3.2% of Pontiac's the county's population. But yet and still in the year of 2022, we made up 40% of the homicides that took place countywide. As you can see, that is a huge problem here. A city this size having to go ahead and deal with that type of tragedy, and something I always state, as sympathetic and empathetic as I am to the things that happened in Oxford, this is a reality. That was a horrible period in time, but this is the reality that our people have to go ahead and live with every day inside the walls of our community. That's why it's so important that this committee was actually put in place to be able to get some things done, to try to come up with some solutions. Like I said, in 2022, there was a large array of violent acts that took place. You know, all the way up to and including at the first quarter of the year, we had 6 homicides. Like I said, I thought that we were going to go and eventually eclipse even what we had with 16. But even more so than that, it didn't. You know, it didn't have any type. There used to be a code out here in this community. Certain things and certain people were not to be touched. Senior citizens was absolutely supposed to be off limits. But yet and still on Marshall Street, we have an 81-year-old woman sitting up here parked in a car with her grandchild in the back getting shot in the face. We got a problem. Then we go ahead and take that to what happened on March 18, 2022. where we have a little 7-year-old little girl coming home from Walt Whitman Elementary School, getting out the car with her father. Gunfire rang out, and now we have the loss of a little beautiful 7-year-old little girl who got taken away from here way before her time. She was just getting started in the thing we call life. And that person, that young lady, will always be known as Miss Oriah Jackson. As you can see, Pontiac, we have a problem. And that was why we had to go ahead and come to this point where we had to go ahead and address some things. So, from that actual tragedy, it was a call of outrage that kind of hit the city of Pontiac. So, city of Pontiac decided to go ahead and come together at the Bowen Center and have a town hall, a Stop the Violence town hall. You know, and town halls, you know, I guess they serve their purpose when people want to kind of get their emotional boost, when they want to kind of just, you know, get whatever they got off their chest. They don't work for me. It's an action thing that needs to take place. And so that is why I'm absolutely was ecstatic to hear the very next day where Councilwoman Kathleen James decided that she wanted to see something more take place in the community. So she called city council together and got with the mayor's office, and they decided it's time for us to put something in place that's going to go ahead and help us try to figure out a solution for what's been taking place in Pontiac. From that came the Anti-Violence Commission. The 22 people that you see, as the mayor so eloquently put it, these are the 22 people that were selected. Every last one of these individuals were brought to the table because unique skill sets that they have, their professional pedigree, you know, and actually their degree of influence within the walls of the community and what they do professionally. It doesn't make sense for us to go ahead and try and recreate the wheel a lot of times. So why don't we go ahead and take these individuals, put them in adequate categories, and go ahead and take the advantage of their skill sets to be able to make sure we're able to maximize our time spent. So from there, I want to go and give a correction on this slide. It should say 11. Well, it is 11 committees, so I guess you did get it fixed. So 11 committees that we end up coming up with, 10 in particular within the walls of that meeting that took place on May 13th. The 10 committees that you see: economic, education, opportunities, and initiatives. The quickest way for you to go ahead and try and stop crime is to go ahead and get somebody a job, an adequate job with living wages, not just trying to go ahead and give them a means just to get by, because minimum wage just isn't going to get it. Educational system engagement programs and initiatives. For us to go ahead and start tackling some of these problems, given the fact that a heavy degree of the crimes that are taking place are individuals that are under the age of 30 all the way up into the age of 14. It was imperative that we sit up and put something in place to go ahead and make sure we engage educational systems in the way of programming by taking organizations that are already doing things in the school district. And also that's public and charter as well, because you know, we got to go ahead and make sure we cover all grounds. So that's what we did with the educational side with the degree of programs, which we'll talk about some of that in a minute too, a little bit later on. Faith-based engagement. We need more out of our pastors. So this was us calling the pastors together, a group, to go ahead and make sure that we had the faith-based community covered, because if you want to go ahead and touch a large group of people, all you got to do is just come to some one of these faith-based organizations or buildings on a Sunday. That's why we end up putting that committee in place. A funding committee can't do anything without money to be able to go ahead and push certain initiatives. That's why we had that particular committee put in place. Government engagement and policy. A lot of the things that we see that need to take place, a lot of times need to be tackled on the legislative level. That's going to be on the federal level, state level, as well as county, and of course locally, where we have you know, all of you over here today when it comes to trying to change policy. Latino population engagement. Time and time again, we have made it a point to always go ahead and try and tell our Latino population what we think is best for them, and never do we actually sit down and ask them exactly what it is that they need. This gave us an opportunity to go ahead and be able to do that. Law enforcement. You know, bottom line to it is some of the things that we think that we have figured out when it comes to how to move out here in the streets, when it comes to legality is concerned, it doesn't work unless we go ahead and have a healthy relationship with law enforcement. So that's why we have individuals like Brother Garrett back here, who is also one of my anti-violence committee members. Mental health and grief management. A lot of individuals going through some of these things have mental health challenges. One thing we as African Americans and Latinos have a hard time with embracing is the fact, if we need help, we need help. You know, in the right reality, and I use this analogy all the time, just like cancer. If you have cancer cells in your body, eventually, if you don't do anything about it, it will eventually overtake your body. Same thing with mental health. There are programs and services in place, so we got mental health experts to go and come to the table to go and help us streamline some of those resources. Neighborhood household penetration. Listen, in the city of Pontiac, a lot of times, if you're not in the know or know someone, you're not going to get information. We have to do so much better to go ahead and make sure everyone is going to get a full understanding or grasp of what we have taking place. And also, too, we need to penetrate deeper to some of these developments, the Spring Lakes, the Newman Lanes, the Lancasters. That's what this is going to give us the opportunity to go and do. Recidivism education. That's something that's going to be taking place. I'll be talking about in the next slide, too. We got to go and make sure we do a little bit better job with grabbing on our men and women that are coming back into society, trying to get reacclimated. Youth Engagement Committee. Look, these kids will teach you a master class on what's happening in their world. We as adults think we got it. We don't. We're not even close. That's what these kids have been able to go ahead and do with some of the things and programs we've been able to have in place. Some of the people that we have been involved in with this whole push, as I'm trying to run with this clock, is we got Flip the Script. It's an organization, Flip the Script, the Gang Task Force, the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, Office of Oakland County Prosecutor, Karen McDonald, which we have two of them here right here today. Thank you, David and Gabby. Oakland County Community Policing, United States Attorney Dawn Izon. Concerned citizens in our community have consistently over this past year got in contact with us to let us know what it was they were concerned about and what it is that we need to go ahead and address. This is what has actually come off this community involvement piece. We end up coming up with 4 initiatives that we want to go ahead and present to the community as a whole. First thing, the city of Pontiac is never in the history of the city come up with an actual resource manual or website, a go-to place where a one-stop shop for a campaign for anybody who's having a problem or issue, if they're in crisis, where they have to go ahead and go to Google and try and figure it out. You know what panic looks like. And if you're in panic mode, you're not going to be sitting over here trying to go ahead and play Google. You're going to need to go ahead and have a resource, and that's what we're going to look to go ahead and put in place. Already developed. Right now, we're just in the midst of looking to go ahead and apply it to the website dynamic, and we're waiting for it to also be converted and sent to us in Spanish, because there will be 2 different particular categories to make sure everyone in Pontiac is going to be covered. So that's going to be an online resource, and it'll be a mini booklet that you ladies can go ahead and throw in your purse and keep with you, and we as men can go and throw it in our glove compartment. It will go ahead, anything you have in the way of mental health services, anti-bullying, rape, any particular crisis you can think of will be represented in this book. Youth engagement events in the schools. We have been doing a series of reverse town halls to go ahead and draw out some of the concerns and problems and issues that are plaguing the children within the walls of Pontiac. So with these reverse town hall series, like I said, these kids are teaching a master class on what's really happening in their world. And me being from someone who, this is what I do for a living, even I thought I had a grasp on it. I missed. It was things that I'm just overlooked, because if you don't have to go ahead and walk a day and time you walk in someone's shoes, it's kind of hard for you to really truly say what's really happening in somebody's shoes. These kids gave us that, and we're appreciative because we've taken that education, put it together, and helped us go ahead and formulate an actual solution. Recidivism Engagement Fair on June 3rd here in Pontiac at United Wholesale Mortgage. A lot of organizations have decided to come together to put on an event that's going to make sure that we're going to cover our men and women that are coming back out here into society, to make sure we give them everything and anything that they need to become successful, to be fruitful parts of society, to be able to go ahead and provide an adequate, strong living for the men and women inside of their households and the kids that they're trying to go ahead and raise. So this engagement fair was going to go and have, number one, it will have a panel discussion that's going to go and have, we're going to go and have Dawn Izon, U.S. Attorney. We're going to have our very own mayor, Tim Grimo, up here. We're going to have Karen McDonald from the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office. I hope we have that locked in, since I got you both here. Also, too, we have 3 individuals that's going to be working from, that's coming back, getting reacclimated. They're absolute leaders in the recidivism field. That's going to be on one side of the panel. And also we have someone that's going to be coming in to be a part of it from MDOC, Michigan Department of Corrections. It's only right that we bring someone to the table who can take some of these concerns and have them implemented as men and women are trying to go ahead and get back reinserted into society. So that's what we're going to go and have on that panel. Then we're going to have an expungement fair that's going to be a part of that event as well. Expungement fair, any man, men and women that need to go ahead and try and get those checks off of their record, to be able to make themselves more attractive, to be able to touch these job opportunities. We're going to go and have that addressed. We're also going to have a job fair that will be there. Job fair is going to have all these corporations and organizations that are willing to take men and women that have had some kind of challenges. Because if you said you went to prison, if you paid your debt to society, then you paid your debt to society. Paid is past tense, not the fact that we still got to put the scarlet letter on your chest and go ahead and plague you every time you turn around. That's what we're going to go ahead and look to do with this particular fair. And there'll be a list of resources that will be in place as well to make sure we address and take care of any and everybody that's going to have any particular resources that they need to go and have put in place. Because one thing we have to understand about crime, a lot of times if someone feels like the light bill needs to be paid and they got, and they got kids in the house, before they let those lights go off, they might decide if they can't find a financial means to make it happen, they might go outside and do something that might be familiar to them from the past to be able to go and make that happen. That's called survival. But there are resources that are in place right now that they may just not know about, that we can go and actually point them in the right direction so they don't even have to worry about nothing like that. That's what we're looking to go ahead and make sure we put to the forefront to make sure people can take advantage of. And it brings me to the last one. We have something that we have been working. We have taken meetings all throughout the state, throughout Wayne County, Oakland County, and we went over to Jackson, Michigan, which put us in a very unique place because there is an initiative that's been taking place in California, Massachusetts, Detroit, and also in Illinois. And it's called Ceasefire. It is an initiative that's a national initiative. It's a GVI, Group Violence Intervention Program. This program has been put in place and it has moved planets when it comes to changing the direction of violent acts within the walls of your community. So what it was, we wanted to go ahead and do, and to be very transparent with you, at first I wasn't feeling it too much until I had a multitude of agencies came and met with us, prosecutor's office, the sheriff's department, as well as the U.S. attorney was talking about this program, which pushed us to have to do some deeper research on it. The unique spot that we were in is Jackson, Michigan, which is right down 94. They ended up trying to go ahead and roll out this curriculum back in 2018. And for whatever reason, they felt like after they heard the curriculum that it was a little bit too expensive of a program, they felt they can go and push forward with it. Only to find out that it just wasn't working because, you need to go ahead. It's one thing to go and have the curriculum, but you got to have someone to go ahead and show you how to teach it and apply it. So what took place was Jackson decided, because the pandemic hit, ARPA money happens. Now they have more of a free degree of funding to be able to apply to safety variables within the walls of their community. So what they did was they decided to go ahead and re-engage back to the table to go ahead and bring this organization in place to make sure that we're going to go ahead and they were going to be able to go ahead and adequately try to curb this degree of violent acts that's happening in Jackson. We were fortunate enough to have the opportunity to go ahead and go down there and witness the rollout of it. And it was after that point that we came to where we are right now, where I am 100% emphatically in agreement with that this program is something that will absolutely go ahead and change and push the needle. Because what it does, it takes law enforcement on one side. It takes community influencers, people that have a voice in the walls of the community. It takes the people from the political standpoint. It brings all of us together in a unified front to be able to tackle these problems and keep everybody in their appropriate sectors to be able to operate not outside of themselves, but within the walls of what it is that they do on a regular basis. So that being said, it is with great pleasure that I ask that you please welcome our representative for the National Network for Safe Communities at John Jay College, Miss Megan McDonald, Director of Programs. I just threw you that alley-oop, Megan, so take it.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Phillips, for that just presentation of the strategy. I think you have done a better job than I will be doing, but I'll try to live up to that. I'm joining you this evening from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and it's dinner time in my house. So I just want to preemptively apologize in case you hear small children at some point. But I'm really honored to be with you all this evening.
Sorry, point of privilege. That's very difficult to hear her in the chamber.
Are you able to hear me okay before I get into the presentation?
No.
We have our IT staff here at the, manning the connection. Is there an opportunity for volume for Director McDonald to be more audible in the chambers?
Let me try.
Does the sound come off of this? Does sound come off of this?
It looks like it's as high as it will. Let me see. Is that any better?
Come off of this? Because you can curve this microphone into it.
It looks like it's as high as it is on my end. How about if I shout? Is that better or? Is
We'll take it. Please proceed.
Thank you. So, let me just advance this. So the work that we do at the National Network for Safe Communities is partner with communities across the country and a handful internationally to address serious violence that's happening in communities, the horrific tragedies that we just heard about that have happened in Pontiac in the past couple years. And we do what Mr. Phillips just said. We bring together law enforcement partners, community-based organizations, community leaders, social service agencies, local government, and bring everybody to the table to focus narrowly on the most serious violence that's happening in your community. And there are some important facts that we've established as we've done this work in communities across the country, large, small, East Coast, Midwest, West Coast. The dynamics, the facts around the most serious violence are consistent. While of course there are important differences, from community to community, the truth is that it's highly concentrated. There's a small number of people that are connected to the most serious violence. So shootings and homicides. And when we've looked at this across cities, we found that it's about 0.6 of the city's population that's connected to about 50% to upwards of 60, even sometimes 70% of those shootings. And they're not operating alone. That we find that it's most often the case that people are connected to one another. People that are engaging in the most serious violence are connected to one another in loosely organized social networks or groups, crews, cliques, sometimes gangs, but most often not. And those connections might be from where they grew up, where they went to school, familial ties, and the connections are fluid. So that is, those dynamics are ever changing. Somebody could be, returned from prison. That impacts a dynamic that causes some kind of splinter. There could be young people kind of up and coming that, creates a sort of subgroup within a larger group, and that impacts dynamics. But that's important. Those are two facts that are really important because one, it means that this is albeit horrifying and tragic problem. It's one that is highly concentrated among a small number of people. They're identifiable and they're connected to groups, and that group behavior is something that we can take advantage of for the purposes of intervening. And this is really what the framework looks like. So GVI is about direct, sustained engagement with that small number of people who are connected to one another in groups or social networks. And that happens through this partnership that we're talking about. It's not just the police going to talk to people, or it's not just the community going to talk to people. It's bringing together this partnership, kind of creating a new table, which of course a lot of work has already been done by the commission to build these new tables, and saying together, we care about you. The violence, this is about the violence. And the city of Pontiac has brought people together, and we're focusing on this violence in a new way. And we're here to talk to you about that and what that means, which I will get into in a moment. This, importantly, we refer to it not as a program. Programs start and end. Detroit was mentioned. They've been doing this since 2012, and it's not necessarily recognizable today from when it started in their early days, but the framework, the core pieces of this are still in place, and they've innovated and expanded and grown. But this is just the way that city approaches their most serious violence problem, and that's what we really have cities aspire to. And then, lastly, while this is a framework that has core components that I'll get into, based on some core facts that we have established in every city where we've done the work. And, if we had the chance to work in Pontiac, we would certainly establish those, do an assessment first before making assumptions that those same dynamics existed here. But every city then adapts this basic framework to their local dynamics, conditions, capacities. And this is what the approach looks like, really in its most boiled down version. It's relentless focus on the people at the highest risk of engaging in serious violence, either on the victim side or the perpetrator side, or both, right? That's usually a fluid role. The first step is, and I'll get into each of these boxes in detail. The first step is who? Identifying that small number of people, knowing who they are, knowing how to reach them. The second step is finding out ways, designing ways to talk to them. And I'll explain what that looks like in practice and make it sound a lot more complicated than it really is, but it's really about engaging with them in a way that is respectful and procedurally just. The third is, as part of that communication, it's establishing clear standards against violence from the community. It's about making it clear that, community leaders in the city of Pontiac are here to say, we love you, and also we want this violence to stop, and we're telling you that, in partnership with the police, but separate from them, because their role, of course, is different. The next piece of that message is about offering meaningful support, which we've heard a little bit about already, and I'll get into. And then lastly, as a very last resort, it's explaining what strategic law enforcement consequences there will be if the violence doesn't stop. So to say a little bit more about that first piece, identifying the right people and groups and situations. So there's been a lot of work done in different communities around the country that has taught us that we know that even though, we know that groups are driving the majority of violence in different communities across the country, most group members and most groups at any given time are actually not violent. They might be engaging in risky behavior like carrying weapons, but at any given time, most conflicts between groups, most groups themselves, and even within groups that are active, most people within those groups at any given time are not engaging in violence. We know that violence and violence dynamics flare up now and then, depending on any number of issues, social media, conflicts, a fight at school, some sort of very important anniversary of a death, that sort of thing. And all of that information is known usually to frontline law enforcement, to community partners who are doing this kind of important anti-violence work. So coming together, we have an opportunity to know who in our community right now, based on what we know about what's happening in schools, what's happening on social media, what's happening out in the community. We know that there are a small number of people who are impact players at any given time, right? That they're subject to potential involvement in violence on a victim side or a suspect side, and we can identify them and figure out how we can engage with them. So the second part about opening direct lines of communication, this looks a few different ways in cities across the country. For those that had the opportunity to go to Jackson, so far they've relied solely on this second one, which is custom notifications due to the pandemic. Many cities, pre-COVID, would start their intervention with what's referred to as a call-in, where representatives from each known group or social network engaging in violence across the city would be compelled to attend a meeting, usually through probation or parole, and hear directly from that multi-pronged partnership, community, social services, law enforcement, about this approach, about what it means for them to be identified as somebody who's at risk of engaging in violence, for them to hear those messages and take it back to their friends, because that the actions of their friends could bring unwanted attention to them from law enforcement. And also the offer of help and support from social services and community isn't just for the people that are in the room, it's for them and their friends and their family members as well. So those are about, that is a way to kind of blanket, for example, if this was something that was launched in Pontiac, could be a group of people that come together that have knowledge about, from law enforcement agencies, probably usually as a starting point, who is most at risk of being involved in violence right now? How are they connected to one another? Who needs to hear that this is how we're approaching violence in a different way in our community? And let's figure out how to talk with them. Maybe it's through this kind of call-in. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's through custom notifications, which is what many cities have fallen back to as their main mechanism because of the pandemic. But this is something that predated the pandemic. It's about visiting people at their homes, or maybe, another location where we think we can find them. If there's a place where they like to spend time. If they are on probation, maybe there's a chance to do it in a probation visit, And this is more customized. We are here to visit you, Megan, because we know that you are at risk of engaging in violence. We want you to hear from our partnership about how the city is approaching this issue differently going forward, the risk you face, and the support that's available. Those are great because there's an opportunity to also engage with family members who might be present as well. The last is an innovation that started in actually Chattanooga, Tennessee, some years ago. And this was it was designed to really acknowledging that not all of the violence is connected to these social networks or these groups. Sometimes it's important just for the community and police to go together to survivors and or victims to acknowledge, we know that this happened. We know you lost somebody. We know you were victimized. And we want to help you navigate the next steps and also offer support and just be with you, just grieve with you, which felt like an important way for them to show up for their community. And it's something that many cities have taken on as well. And so what do you say? You identified the people that are most at risk of being involved in violence. We've thought about, how can we reach them? Are we doing it in a meeting, at their homes, or both? And then what is it that we say? What is the strategy? So the strategy is about committing to the people that are engaging in violence that it has to stop, right? We have come together to tell you this will be no more. And we want to make it very clear to you that we want you to be safe, right? So the first part of this, I think arguably the most important part of this, is hearing from people with standing in their individual community within Pontiac. Which will vary from person to person, but could be a parent who's lost a child to violence, could be a pastor, could be a community leader, could be Mr. Phillips, right? There could be a council person, somebody that's going to be able to say, share an anti-violence message with credibility in a way that law enforcement likely cannot, or the city, capital C perhaps cannot, to say, we love you. And we know you can do better. We hate this violence. We know you're afraid, and we want you to be safe. And we know that the path that you're on is taking you down, two potential roads, both of which it's not commensurate with your potential. And we want you to choose a different path, and we're here to support you. And we know that informal social control carries more weight than any sort of formal system representative saying a similar message. So that's one, figuring out how do we identify people in the community. Again, this work is already well on its way, who can share these messages in a way that's going to be legitimate and credible with people, young people who are at risk, to tell them in a way that can be heard, we love you and we want you to be safe. And that's not enough, right? We need to be able to offer something, right? So this goes beyond the second part. It goes beyond just traditional social services. This is really about acknowledging that it's going to take a lot more than, call this number 9 to 5, come into this office downtown, do, a risk assessment and an intake and come at it from that really clinical place, which we will talk about because that's a piece that needs to be part of it. But first and foremost, this needs to be about building trusting relationships, having somebody who can broker that, who can be, who can approach these young, primarily men, in a way that they'll hear it again and be able to say, listen, you're in a tough spot. I want you to hear me out about the kind of support that's available. You know, the city has prioritized you for help if you want it, and we can make sure you have food on the table and diapers for your children, and we can work with you to get, you know, your ID updated so that you can actually apply for that job you want to get, or make sure that your health insurance is up to date, which these kinds of things we refer to as big, small stuff, right? They seem small, but they're massive. They're crucial real-time needs in order to be able to think about anything bigger picture or longer term, like employment, like going back to school, that sort of thing, like mental health support even. If you're at risk today, right? If you're at risk of picking up a gun, if you don't think you're safe staying where you're planning to stay tonight, where can you go? How can we work with you to get you somewhere safe temporarily, and then work on a longer term plan? And this is really about being able to reach people where they are, going out on those notifications, building relationships out in the community with young people to say, we have support. It's real. We will work with you. You know, we can't make any promises. It's not a blanket, you know, promise, but we will work tirelessly to make sure that you can start on a new path and set goals together and get it done. And then the third piece of this, you know, the third leg of this stool, for example, is enforcement as a last resort. And an important thing to note as it relates to this is there's an opportunity to rely on those group dynamics, if they exist in Pontiac, to say, we know that you are influenced by your friends and vice versa. And the violence has to stop. If this is there's a promise or a commitment that can be made, that's made in many cities, where law enforcement partners will say, you know, if there's a call-in, for example, the next group that is responsible for a homicide following this meeting tonight, we're going to not just focus on the person who pulled the trigger like we typically do. We're going to be looking at any of their close friends for anything illegal that you're doing. So this is not about building a case from nothing. This is not RICO. This is nothing like that. This is, we know that you might not be abiding by the conditions of your supervision. We know you might be engaging in domestic violence. We know that you might be driving with an unsuspended or suspended license and a permit that's out of date, etc. We know that you might be selling some drugs on the side. And most of the time, you know, we can't be everywhere at once, we as law enforcement. But if you are part of a network that is driving this retaliatory violence that's causing harm in the community, we're going to be focused on you for a period of time for any of those other types of illegal activities that you're engaged with. And the important part of this is making it clear that if I, Megan, am being given extra attention from my probation officer, that person has to tell me this is because of your connection to, you know, John Jay and the violence that they've perpetrated. And that's why you're getting this increased attention. So this is really, if all else fails, accountability needs to be there. And this is about figuring out what can your community what will feel ethical and credible in your community in terms of an enforcement response, and what can be followed through with in a way that is swift and certain and legitimate. And that is the main information I wanted to share. I do want to say it's that this is a very boiled down version, and the concepts I think are simple, and the hard work is really getting everybody to the table, you know, committing to engaging together, approaching people closest to the violence in this new way. And I want to say again that I'm just incredibly honored to be here and encouraged by all of that initial legwork that's been done by the Anti-Violence Commission. I will turn it back over. Thank you.
Well, are we open to go and open the floor for questions?
All right. President Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. This question is for Director McDonald. Across the country, Could you name some of the cities that you have worked with this approach and some of the quantitative data that happened once this was implemented across the country?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So this approach has been evaluated formally by different research institutions that have found double-digit reductions in shootings and homicides as a result of the implementation. So the first example of that, this work is based on early work in Boston, Massachusetts in the 90s, and it was referred to as the Boston ceasefire, the Boston Miracle. But that was evaluated. They found 63% reductions in violence following that. There have been double-digit reductions in New Orleans, in New Haven, Connecticut, in Detroit has some evaluations that have been done over the course of the past 10 years. I'm not sure if there's been recent research done there. There was recently a study that was conducted in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It was just published a few months ago that showed approximately, I should have it up, approximately 40% reductions in violence among groups following the custom notifications that they had conducted over the course of the period of time it was studied. And then there are other, so those are formal evaluations that have been done. But there are, cities, of course, track this information on their own, and we work with them to do this and to do that. Davenport, Iowa, has been doing this for just a year, and I would be happy to send all these studies and news articles for the specifics, but they are reporting, I believe, approximately 40% reduction in calls for shots fired since they've started a year ago, and they're seeing a decline in their homicidal gun violence. There's impact that's happening in Miami-Dade, Florida right now, and I don't have those numbers top of mind. I think it's too early to say in Jackson. I think they only just started in the fall of 2022. So there's nothing coming out of there yet. So I will say that there is the pandemic and the murder of George Floyd and the unrest and all of the challenges that followed that incident that the communities across the country felt and experienced violent upticks in shootings. And I think a lot of cities are now, that was true for the past couple years. And I think that there are now communities where we're working and ones that I'm sure where we're not, that are beginning to see declines. One more example I will throw out is Chester, Pennsylvania, which I think is a similar size to Pontiac. And they've been doing this for some time now, and they've sustained reductions in violence over time, and they've also, even I think through the pandemic, and they've also seen a big jump in their clearance rates, which they attribute to just improved coordination within their partners, but also trust within their community.
Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
This question is for the administration. It's a two-part question. Number one, what are the next steps? Number two, have you reached out to the county and or our state rep for funding to pay for ceasefire? And how much is ceasefire going to cost? I yield this to the mayor.
So let me begin by saying that I'm a strong advocate for this program here. I know that's not directly to your question, but I'll get to specific answers to your question. I believe that this program is the most meaningful thing that we can do to actually reduce violence from occurring. I visited along with others Jackson back in the fall to get a better understanding of their program and how it works. I've had a number of conversations with the National Network for Safe Communities, and I do want to thank you, Megan, for all of the time that you've spent with me and with the City Council Public Safety Subcommittee and with others. This, to me, is the right approach, and it's certainly worth the money that we put into it. In terms of the cost of the program, the National Network for Safe Communities has a standard price for the program, but they have acknowledged that there may be some flexibility around that price. And so I don't yet want to throw out a specific number this evening because the next step really is for me to look at our budget and available funds and look at what we might be able to afford as a community, and then have those conversations with the National Network for Safe Communities, and ultimately bring a proposal before council in the near future to engage with this program and to establish this approach. I have not yet had conversations with either the state or the county about helping to fund such a program. There is a large upfront cost for the first 2 years of the program, followed by a much less annual cost to maintaining the program in terms of city staffing. The upfront cost is really a cost that the city pays to the National Network for Safe Communities for training, for getting the program off the ground. And again, that's for the first 2 years, followed by a recurring annual cost for staff support and other support services. It is possible, of course, that we might be able to persuade the state or the county to provide some assistance. I have not yet had those conversations. I will also note that that we have allocated some funds from the American Rescue Plan to public safety in general. That doesn't mean that this would be the only priority, though, to use those funds. So there are a lot of moving pieces here. But the next steps, in essence, are trying to settle on a specific cost with the National Network for Safe Communities, budgeting that together with staffing support that the city would also have to provide, not just in the first 2 years, but on an ongoing basis after that, and then coming to City Council with a specific proposal.
My
Councilwoman Rutherford.
follow-up question. I was referring to the ceasefire portion of it alone. So you don't have a number for that by itself?
We have a requested standard price from the National Network for Safe Communities for that.
Okay.
And Megan, refresh my memory. I know it's a little over $400,000 over the full 2-year period, but what is the exact number?
415 for the 2-year period.
415,000 for the 2-year period in terms of the cost to have the National Network for Safe Communities establish the program. But in addition to that, there are direct staffing costs that would also have to be incurred on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Nicholson.
I'm wondering if the national network would be willing to share with us maybe if other cities we've worked with have been successful in having granting partners, or who maybe some of those national partners may have been, so we might be able to seek out some of those relationships as well.
Yeah, that's a great point, and we can certainly reach out to Jackson and the city of Detroit, our fellow Michigan communities that have already been participating, but we may be able to talk with some other communities around the country and learn more about that. Obviously, we have a grants department here as well, but in terms of getting a program off the ground quickly, it may take some time to pursue additional grant dollars beyond what's immediately at our disposal.
Yeah, certainly don't want to prolong or be hasty, so I agree and appreciate that. Thank you.
Further questions or discussion from council members?
And may I add something to what the mayor is saying? Yeah, the county is actively, right now, with Barb Hankey over at the county, trying to go and identify some funding sources in the form of grants to go and try and soften some of the blow that might come to the city. So they're actively involved right now trying to go ahead and get it figured out to see if there's anything we can add to the pot. So I just wanted to make sure that was known.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilman Rutherford?
Mr. Phillips, has there been any engagement from Karen McDonald? Because this is one of the things she ran on about reduction of crime. And can somebody from the, can one of them get up and give me a?
Well, they're actually the next special presentation.
Okay, I
so
just
you
want to
can
make sure. That's it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Further discussion? With that, on behalf of the neighbors of Pontiac, the citizens of Pontiac, and this City Council, thank you to Mr. Phillips and to all participants with the Anti-Violence Commission, The work that you're doing is extremely crucial. It's literally life-saving, and that's heavy. But it's also emphasizes the impact and importance it has in the community. So we know this is just sort of an interim status update. There's still a lot more ground to cover, but we're grateful for the legwork that's been done so far and for this evening's update from yourself and from Director McDonald as we pursue the policy and resource options to make sure we can further prevent violence and advance the quality of life for all of our citizens.
That sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's
Thank
give
you,
him a
everyone.
hand, Anti-Violence Commission. Our next special presentation, we give the floor to Mr. David Williams from the Oakland County Prosecutor Office and his posse.
First of all, Councilman Rutherford, thank you for bringing us into the conversation. I appreciate that. This is really important to us. Also, I wish Kano would introduce me, because like that's the kind of enthusiasm that I want to see. He's kind of a hard act to follow. I want to start by touching on what we just saw. Karen and I, our office, really believe that we do need this group violence intervention. We understand how it works. We went and attended a call-in in Detroit in their ceasefire program, and you can see that intense focus and support offered to a very small group of people can move the needle, can make a difference. I think when we were there were 25 young men who were offered all kinds of support and heard from the community how damaging this violence was, and instead of just shaming them, telling them, we are here to support you. If you reach out to us, we will provide you with opportunities. On the other hand, if you commit violence, we will lock you up. So as Director McDonald talked about, the enforcement part, unfortunately, is the last resort piece. That's where my office right now is managing these cases. I will say we have had some success in focusing on this small group of people that we know are committing some of the most serious violence in Pontiac. We do know who those folks are. Between the Sheriff's Office, ATF, FBI, the work that we're doing, you're able to identify small groups of people who are committing violence. And we have successfully prosecuted a group of those people. Many of them have been arrested. They're off the street, and we think that we're starting to see a decrease in violence coming out of that. So this is a process that works, but the piece we're using now is the least best solution. We want to get people on the front end and not send them to prison. That's the goal. So we believe in the concept, we believe in the project, and we've had good conversations with commissioners about funding these types of initiatives. We will certainly be an advocate for that as well, and I think there's an appetite on the county commission to support this. So I'm optimistic that we can do it. But the big lift really comes from the community. It comes from the people being there and letting this group of people know that we will support you, but you've got to stop. You got to stop shooting each other and shooting our community. Related to the group violence intervention, Karen McDonald started a commission to address gun violence in Oakland County. And people think that that stemmed from the Oxford High School shooting, and that's really only partly true. Karen will tell you that targeted group violence is actually a very small sliver of violence and gun violence. It's a small part of the death. As Kano pointed out, you might have 4 students killed in a white community in a shooting and get massive national media attention. 16 people die in Pontiac, and it doesn't get the same attention. When we're looking for solutions to violence, we need to not just focus on that targeted mass violence, but the community violence that's going on in places like Pontiac. So the commission is going to come up with a group of recommendations, concrete steps that can be implemented to go upstream, look at where violence sort of germinates, and attack the problem there rather than waiting until after a shooting happens. It's going to look at the full spectrum to how people come into crisis, how we address them when they're in crisis, how we address an actual shooting when it happens, and then what we do to follow up afterwards. Those recommendations should be ready this summer and will be announced publicly sometime late summer, early fall. So the other reason I wanted to be here tonight is to introduce Gabby Kloss, who is our new community liaison. We have never had a community liaison in the office before. We're very lucky to have her. She's helping coordinate our Racial Justice Advisory Council. Veronica is here. Veronica? Oh, Veronica.
Just stepped out, of course.
Of course, steps out when I go to acknowledge her. And I want to introduce Gabby and have her update you on the work that the Racial Justice Advisory Council is doing.
Yes, thank you, David. Hello, so I'm glad Kano touched on one of our upcoming initiatives. We're very much looking forward to the recidivism fair and collaborating on the expungement portion of that event. We held our first as a Racial Justice Advisory Council and as a prosecutor's office. We were able to put on the first our first expungement fair in Pontiac at UWM last year, and we were able to have over 100 people walk out with their applications completed. So we're looking forward to collaborating with Kano and the Mayor's Task Force Commission, to grow the event into something really incredible this year. We also are working on getting some listening sessions throughout the community up and going. So we're we'll have some dates for your next meeting at where you can find these listening sessions. And then I also just wanted to say, outside of the Racial Justice Advisory Council, if there are events happening or things that you would want someone from our office to be at or know about, please let me know. We are really looking to get into the community and meet you and get to know you. So thank you for allowing me to introduce myself, and I look forward to getting to know everybody.
So one other thing, I know I've met some of you. For those who I haven't met, I apologize. I'm David Williams. I'm the Chief Assistant Prosecutor to Karen McDonald in Oakland County. I've spent time with Pastor Parker and with Kano and with Veronica, and I welcome your calls, your input, your thoughts. We want to be part of the solution here, and I think we can do that. I'm happy to take any questions.
Discussion and questions from council members on this special presentation. Councilman Rutherford?
Okay, thank you. So my question is, on the June the 3rd, is the process going to be more at ease for people who don't know about the expungement, knowing what they need to do, how to do it? Are y'all using social media? What are you doing so people know about it? Because I was there last year, and there was 100, but there's about 20% of this population that has something that's holding them back from getting a job and or getting homes. And so what are we doing to make sure that June the 3rd is a surplus event?
Yes, absolutely. And we're really looking to collaborate with our community partners this year to get that word out. I think social media and digital advertising is part of the marketing or part of getting the word out, but also just word of mouth is very crucial. So just getting out into the community and really looking to spread the words, and then utilizing the relationships and partnerships that we've developed. And also, like you mentioned, using the experiences we had from last year to really get that word out and make it a smoother process all around. Did you have something?
Please.
Yeah. Melanie, excuse me, Councilman Rutherford, I get down. I'm launching an all-out social media campaign when it comes to this. So believe me, this community will most definitely know about this particular event. We're going to go ahead and do it from a video presentation standpoint, as well as we're going to go ahead and do it from an actual social marketing piece standpoint. We'll have two pieces. One marketing piece is going to go ahead and highlight the panel that we're going to go ahead and have in place that morning, which I'll be talking to you too, Mr. Carrington. But I figure I'd slide that in there right now while I had you on microphone, on camera. And then the second part is going to go ahead and push out the whole calendar of events that's going to be taking place at that particular fair. Believe me, the city of Pontiac will know. It won't be because unless they just in a closet somewhere for a month leading up to it, but they'll know. Gotcha.
Thank you.
So Karen's been in office for 2 years, and we're learning. And one of the things we've learned is we can make a much greater impact if we partner with people who already understand the community and can reach out with people who they trust.
And my follow-up question is, are we going to make sure that there are non-uniform people in there, like the state police walked through last time?
Yeah.
Can we make sure that doesn't happen this time?
Yeah. So this is an example of a learning experience. Our first Racial Justice Resource Fair, the state police showed up with a squad car in their blue uniforms, and it turns out that's not how people in the community feel welcome or safe. I talk about in the old days, they would send people cards saying, come get your free TV, and then arrest them when they arrive. That does not build community trust. There's a reason people don't necessarily trust people like me when I walk into the room or into the community, and we're learning from that. And I think we did a much better job. I think the expungement fair, you may have seen, was very successful, but we know we can do more. And frankly, we do more by partnering with people than trying to grow our own program.
So where will the free TVs be?
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. No
Other,
free TVs.
Pro Tem Carrington has the floor.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Just one quick question. I know the state initiative has been one to do automatic expungements.
Yes.
How would that be able to relate with what you guys got going on this particular day? Will you have a list of people that the state has already given expungement that maybe that person may not know that it's been expunged?
So the short answer is no, but we will have people with the information of things that should have been automatically expunged.
Okay.
And we will be able to help them determine was it in fact expunged. This is a brand new process, and I think everyone's a little unsure that everything that's supposed to be expunged will be, and frankly that maybe some things that weren't supposed to be will be also. So it's a learning process, but we plan to have people there who can help address those issues.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Are there other initiatives to benefit Pontiac that might go beyond just the Racial Justice Advisory Council that Prosecutor McDonald and your team would like us to be aware of?
Thank you for asking that question, because Gabby was going to tell me I forgot one really important thing. One of the other issues that Kano raised and people talked about is mental health concerns. That is an issue in so many of our cases. And this is another example where the criminal justice system is the poorest way to address people with mental health needs. It's ineffective, it's cruel, it's economically, it's a terrible idea. It's the wrong way to go about it. The first step we've taken is we've partnered with the Oakland Community Health Network that actually controls a lot of the community mental health resources and distributes that money to different organizations. And we've partnered with them. They have a community liaison inside our office. And what we've told our assistant prosecutors is every time you have a case where it's clear there's a mental health issue, send a referral to our liaison. And it's a huge number of cases. And what the liaison does is they do a quick evaluation of the case. They reach out to, in many cases, it's a juvenile, to the parents and say, can we offer you help? And in every case so far, the parents have said yes.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ms. Veronica Taylor, you were out of the room when they wanted, and you're about to depart again. They wanted to acknowledge you for your collaboration with the Racial Justice Advisory Council.
I know, it's good to see.
So this is supposed to be recognition of Veronica, not recognition by Veronica.
Yeah.
But I digress.
Yes. I haven't told them yet. No, I haven't told them yet. I'm going to be here for a long time. We have a conviction integrity unit, which right now is going back through old files, looking for wrongful convictions. We found several already. That's the good news. The bad news is there's already a backlog of about 150 cases. It's going to take a long time to get through those. We need more attorneys in that program. We need interns. We're using those resources. So it's very important, but we got to do more.
Anything further you want to share about the mental health approach?
Just that has allowed us to take cases where really the need is a mental health need, especially for juveniles, get those folks the help they need and never bring them into the criminal justice system. For lots of reasons, that's way better for the whole community, not just for that family.
Which Oakland County department, is it yours, governs Oakland County Children's Village?
That's Barb Henke and under the county executive. Barb is fantastic. I know Kano mentioned her. She's on the same page and the same team as all of us. There are lots of issues with Children's Village, but I will tell you, Barb is out to fix them, and she's the right person to do it. So that's her department.
Okay. Councilwoman James. Microphone.
Are there changes that we need in the law, to better accommodate these mental health issues? Because, when a person needs help, generally, if they're physically ill, they want that help, they ask for that help, and they accept that help. the difference in mental health, if a person needs help and they're mentally ill, they often don't want that help and they reject it. So are there changes in the law that we need to be looking at to allow us to be able to help people who are mentally ill? I'm asking if the prosecutor's office could kind of look at what our current laws are and maybe make some recommendations to elected officials as to what do we need to do to try and get things, get the laws on the books that will allow us to be able to help people who are mentally ill.
It's such a great question, and it's amazing to me that I'm here and you raise it tonight, because literally the last few days and tomorrow morning, I'm dealing with a case with a person who has a very serious mental illness, who committed a crime, but who was legally insane at the time of the crime. This person needs mental health treatment, not jail. But the person's competent, and under the law, he doesn't want to be found not guilty by reason of insanity. He'd rather do a short stint in the Oakland County Jail or get probation than get mental health treatment. My hands are tied. What I need is a law that says it's not just the defendant, but the prosecution can raise the fact that this person actually, their crime is a result of a serious mental health issue, and for the judge to order them to get treatment rather than go to jail. So yeah, we need to look at that. I'm thinking about that right now, and I'm sure there are other things we can do as well.
If you could provide that publicly, once you all make that evaluation of what laws you would like to see that would help this situation, I'd like to see, I would like for you to be able to make those public so that we can actually see them and begin addressing them with our elected officials.
Thank you. And I'm going to take that back to the prosecutor, and I hope we'll be back. If we're invited, we'd like to be back. Thank you.
Your invitation is hereby prematurely extended. Voila.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions, I just wanted to acknowledge the Law and the Court Subcommittee of the City Council has worked very diligently to remain in constant communication with the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office and the Racial Justice Advisory Council. Yes, Michael?
And the Law and Court Subcommittee also has a representative from the Racial Justice Subcommittee who comes every month and gives information from the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office at our meeting.
Yeah, and that's very valuable. Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, thank you very much for being here. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to say a quick word. Pastor Councilman Parker has been a fantastic chair of this committee. It's the group of people that come and present at this committee is from every corner of law enforcement and the legal system, and they just are incredibly meaty conversations and really help us get involved in corners of the court system that I don't think we've ever really delved into as a city. So I just wanted to give some props there. Thank you.
All right, with that, thank you very much for the special presentation. We move to our final special presentation. $7.5 million is being awarded to the city of Pontiac by the state of Michigan for Opdyke Connector roadwork and Clinton River Trail surfacing. So I want to give the floor to Mayor Greimel to introduce the special presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this all relates to the arrangement that was made by which the city allowed for the rezoning of a portion of property for the construction of a concrete batch plant behind United Wholesale Mortgage.
Order in the chambers. Mayor Greimel has the floor.
And as part of that, the owner of that property and the developer of that concrete batch plant conveyed to the city approximately 63 acres to more than double the size of Murphy Park. And we anticipate, upon getting final approval, will likely get the city out of the city's parks deficit. In other words, it will allow us to overcome this anchor around the city's neck that's existed for the past 20 years that has prevented the city from effectively applying and receiving, in the vast majority of instances, grant funding from the state and federal governments in order to improve our parks. And as part of that arrangement, United Wholesale Mortgage made it very clear that they really didn't want concrete trucks coming down on roads adjacent to their campus. And so as part of that, United Wholesale Mortgage, as well as the developer of the concrete batch plant, went to the state legislature and secured approximately $7.5 million of funding to both allow for the construction of a new roadway from the concrete batch plant out to Updike Road, a county road, instead of down to South Boulevard, a city road. And so the more we can keep these heavy trucks off of our roads and onto county roads, the better from our perspective. But importantly, to also dramatically fund improvements to this new park property, and as part of that, for a connection between Updike Road and Martin Luther King of the Clinton River Trail. And so to get into all of the exciting details here, I turn it over to Director Borngesser.
Thank you, Mayor. He did a great job of outlining this grant program from start to finish, so you can see it in the larger context of the project overall. As the mayor mentioned, this is a $7,500,000 award through a program called the Michigan Enhancement Grant Program. This is a piece of legislation that essentially appropriates money. As the mayor mentioned, this is a wonderful example of corporate partners, city services such as our engineering teams and our DPW and the grants team really coming together to support business, support our parks and trails, and to receive funding to make all of those things happen in a really congruent way. This is an example of the larger ecosystem of city capacity and how it can yield results for our many projects. You'll see that it is included in the House substitute for the Senate Bill number 844. You'll see that there is a $7,500,000 infrastructure improvement grant listed in this budget, and that the funds are outlined as you see here. Essentially, this is funds appropriated for infrastructure improvements to a city with a population of 60,000 to 63,000. That is us. The grant funds will be used for construction of a new bypass road that will directly or indirectly result in the city's acquisition of at least 40 acres of land, which you have seen come before you many times. We did submit an application for these resources through the MEDC, and we did add some language about the other affected areas of the project, including the Clinton River Trail and a few of the adjacent roadways, so that we could utilize the full scope of the $7.5 million. Director Cooley is also here, who can speak, and he can speak to some of the more logistical items as it applies to the schedule of capital improvements. But number one, this project will include the extension of Meadow, which you can see that starts at the one located on the map and extends to Updike. This will also include repaving and reconstructing the Clinton River Trail to be an improved amenity for the city. You'll see that there, at point 2, there's an extension of the Clinton River Trail into Murphy Park. You'll see it's located kind of in the center because those site plans will be created at a later date. You'll also see improvements at Center Point Parkway. That includes concrete repair. You'll see that in 2 instances on the map located at number 3. And then number 4 is kind of pulled out here on the right-hand side. This is a Clinton River Trail extension to M59. You can barely see it on this map, but there is a green line that shows exactly where that might occur. Here is an example that was provided to MEDC that outlines the full construction schedule, most of which would include design in the fall of this year, bidding throughout the winter, through the end of the winter in 2024, and then construction in summer or fall of 2024. Obviously, these are rough timelines depending on when the funding was actually received and implemented by the city. This is the overall budget for those improvements. Again, it includes road infrastructure, trail infrastructure, and then obviously the engineering costs associated with each of those activities. This is a long process. These types of things don't happen quickly or easily. They're very complex. There are many different entities of government involved. So this process is outlined here. First, the appropriations bill must be signed, which has happened. The enhancement grant application packet is distributed And then in turn, we received it and completed it and submitted it back to MEDC. We worked with our legislative offices, our corporate partners, our DPW and engineering services at HRC to make sure that was submitted appropriately. And then the MEDC is working on drafting those formal grant agreements, which will obviously come before council for official approval. We wanted to bring this to you now at this point in the project so you can begin to ask questions and become familiar with the project as the project progresses over time. Again, you will see this grant agreement come before council. There are certainly process and procedure for the remainder of this grant cycle that will include quarterly reporting and expending the funds as we allow in the scope of work in the grant agreement. I think this is a wonderful opportunity to celebrate work of the community coming together for a common goal. I think ultimately this has resulted in making all parties satisfied and specifically as the grants department is concerned with remediating the park deficit or beginning to remediate the park deficit with the DNR. So we're very happy.
Thank you. And as you could probably deduce, this will come before us a few more times in the future when it comes time to awarding contracts and or other budget amendments. But since this is new word that was received, we want to make sure that council members knew about this next step in the process and that there are more steps to come. Congratulations to the grants and philanthropy team for the success and the hard work that led to this outcome. Are there any questions or discussion from council members? All right, we look forward to receiving more updates from your team and the administration as the next steps follow. And it's worth pointing out that there are active pursuits of even greater appropriations from the state of Michigan. It's a positive and helpful sign that we've been flexing our muscles and receiving these resources so that way it can beget and lay the foundation for even more state appropriations and more grant funding through the various streams the state of Michigan has. They have the various different funding opportunities, various different grant opportunities, but also the appropriations process as well. And there are many other priorities we have as a community, and we want more state money to make it possible. $7.5 million is a big portion of what our annual general revenues are. I mean, so it's really a game changer for us to be able to add to the pot of gold to make these things happen. So with that, hearing no further discussion, we're at recognition of elected officials. Are there any elected officials that currently represent the city that wish to have the floor? Hearing none, we are at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and fellow residents here in the city of Pontiac. I am quite pleased with all three presentations that I heard tonight. I truly know that as we do this work in workforce development, and I want the council to know that if you noticed in Mr. Phillips's presentation, that number one thing for violence is employment opportunities. When you start talking about crime in the city, it's because a lot of times we need to just come to grips. There's no problem with jobs. There's a lot of people looking for jobs. And there's a lot of job opportunities. There's some barriers from our people here in Pontiac. And one of the things they noted on there, I want to make sure everybody is aware of, they say it's not programs, it's an approach or mindset. We have to change our mindset and how we incorporate opportunities for people to be trained. That's what we need. I want to say this last one about road work. We have at least 2 contractors who do road work with TDC, and we truly believe that they've stepped forward and have an opportunity for our Pontiac residents to be trained. And we know you can't just automatically, but we got to encourage all the economic opportunities for on-the-job training to be incorporated for us to change our approach to how we build our city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Yes, I agree. A very invigorating discussion from our presenters this evening. And it brings home, especially because we brought jobs to the city of Pontiac, with the big employers. I think 20,000 jobs here. And as they say, nothing stops a bullet like a job, just like you said, Carlton. So those are things that we can work on. But I also know that in recruiting these employers to the city, one of the things that first asked when they were looking over the city was, number one, how safe is the city? And number two, how are the schools? Those are questions I always got asked. So we were doing good at bringing the crime rate down, and now we have to find some ways of now stopping this gun violence that has been afflicting the safety of all of us. But I did come to speak to number 6, and I just had questions. That says you want to create a new position of public relations publicist, and you didn't need the budget for it because already in the budget. So I was wondering about that because I thought you had already recruited. That's what you brought Paula Bridges here for. Bridgewater, I think is her last name, to come to be a publicist. So I'm just wondering about that position. And also, you said you already have the money in the budget, so why are you creating a position if the money's already in the budget? So those are just questions. But talking of the budget, I was going to mention this. We still don't have an audit for the end of the year, June 30th, 2022, as required by our city charter. And every time this comes up, we get a different explanation. We're supposed to be here April 3rd, and then it was at the state, but the city charter that, our executive office is supposed to be bound by says that we're supposed to have an audit here. In 5 days, you're supposed to have a balanced budget from the mayor. How can you start talking about a balanced budget for the next cycle if you don't even know what your books are for this cycle? So still have that question.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Darlene Clark, what item of business, please?
And as an FYI for those following along, the agenda item that the previous speaker spoke on is not currently on the agenda. It was on an initial posting. It was removed as the administration will be bringing back a modified proposal. The communications director for the city of Pontiac's name is Paula Bridges. And so it is not impacting that position. It would be somebody that would report under her in her department.
Can I go now?
You have the floor, yes,
Thank you. First, I'm letting you know I'm talking as a resident. My name is Darlene Clark. I have passed to the council and to the mayor a copy of, I'm here to talk about number 4, which is the pods. I have no objection to the pods, but once again, what's not broke, why fix it? To build, for residents to improve their environment, a pod is a necessity and it's a change of life. It's a change of conduct. My main concern is that if you put restrictions on residents, then what restriction are you putting on businesses that have pods today that's been having pods on their property since the beginning of their business start? Amazon have had pods, not just one. Amazon actually have over 12 pods since the beginning of their build on their property that face University Drive and face Updike. There's a business on Franklin Road on one of the main streets, been having that pod, a dumpster, call whatever you want to call it, but it is one of your complaints. And as you see in front of you with the pictures, he's been having that there for over 4 years. Are you treating businesses different than you're treating residents? Are you trying to tie your hands with the residents where they cannot move forward and try to progress improving our environment for the city of Pontiac? If you keep Pontiac at a standstill with high crime, low income, no opportunity, you're going to have crime. We're going to attract and be a magnet for the people from other cities that come into our city and dump their trash on us because you're tying down taxpayers' hands to try to improve our environment for a better and safe living conditions. How can we show our children what positivity is when we ourselves and you as our council representative are giving big businesses a better break than you giving the residents?
Thank you. Ms. Gloria Miller, what item? Okay.
I want to speak on the violence. I wasn't, but I was going to speak on number 4, but I'll do it during my public comments. You know, I was listening to the Violence Commission, and it was speaking. You know, being a lifelong resident here, and this is family and home, you know, what's concerned me with the commission is the people that's on the commission. They didn't pull anyone from the community, just the everyday Joe Blow. Nobody know us better than us. And see, the problem with a lot of it is that you don't be out there with them. See, all my life, even when I was on the council, before I got on the council, as being an activist, I stayed on the street. You don't know nothing if you don't get out there with them. And they're not gonna respect you because you don't know anything about them. Now, I don't know about you, but my neighbors all know who the crackheads is and the drug dealers is. They know. Why don't y'all know? That's what they used to tell me. And see, I'm just honest. I'm just keeping it real. So to bring a task force into the city is a bunch of baloney. You know what the problem is. Go get it. Another thing that we'll address with the committee is what you're gonna do when our young people of color, not just black, Hispanics, walk up to a car and get shot. They're getting killed. Our kids are getting killed too. We're not just killing each other. We're getting killed as well. Did we address that during the violence, anti-violence task force? Now, I'm not calling anybody out. I'm just keeping it real. This is Pontiac. They're listening to me. What about, I don't want to be on it. So some people say, I don't want to be on it. I just make sure that you do it. That's my job now. Where are the everyday Joe Blow of people on that committee? Pastors and all that kind of stuff walk around. They don't go out there and talk to, I ain't seen many out there talking to people on the street, stopping like I do and give them money, asking where they at, where they live at. You got to have a communication with them. But they're not going to listen to you. See, that's why I tell you, you got to walk that walk and talk that talk every day because they're not going to pay you any attention. And that's what my concern is. The people on these commissions probably haven't been in Pontiac maybe 12 to 14 years. And what have you done on the street for them to believe and trust in you?
Thank you. That concludes our agenda address.
All right, we're at the ordinance section. Is there a motion to? This is agenda address.
No, sir, I didn't see your name on this.
It is on public comment. All right. Is there a motion to, it's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by?
Support.
Councilman Nicholson. It's the adoption of this is our second reading here, adoption of a zoning text amendment for mixed-use district language updates, including zoning text amendment regulating donation bins and zoning text amendment regulating container pods. To that point, though, Mr. Johnson, did you have an agenda address item? What agenda item would you want to speak to?
That's okay, I'll pass, but I know for a fact that I signed that sheet this morning.
If you had an agenda address, we'll still give you the floor.
That's okay, I'll pass. Thank you very much.
Okay. So with that, it's been moved and seconded. This is our second reading for zoning text amendments. We give the floor to the administration for status update.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know that Mr. Yandrick is recommending an amendment, or two amendments to be specific, to the MUD ordinance proposal, but I'll allow him to get into that detail. I do just want to note that pods are a problem in the community, that they are a form of blight, and in residential areas, people do not want to live next to pods. They should be allowed on an as-needed basis, subject to permit, and even then for limited times, because nobody wants to live next to a property that has a pod out on the property for years on end. That is not the kind of neighborhood dynamic that people want to see next to them, just like they don't want to see other forms of blight next to them. So I did want to just make it very clear that we're about addressing all forms of blight, including pods on people's properties. And with that, Mr. Yandrick.
Okay. I'm going to recap these amendments that are before you this evening and also address the motions at hand and a point that was made last week. So there are three buckets this evening regarding, that says, it should say three, not four, regarding container pods, donation bins, and the city's MUD standards, which is the mixed-use district. So Tonight, this is the schedule, and tonight this is the second reading. The City Council is considering these zoning text amendments, and this is after the Planning Commission informational session, public hearing, and the first reading last week. So the first one has to do with pods. Again, there's an increased demand for pods in the city for beyond a short-term need, and city staff identify that as around 30 days. While staff feels that the current code regulations prohibit them, there's a desire to explicitly prohibit them further within the language and to basically clean up the language, particularly in residential uses beyond a short-term construction need. So, and as I shared last week, these are some examples of pod in residential neighborhoods. So these amendments require a temporary zoning permit for a pod up to 30 days, and planning staff can extend that to up to 90 days total with an active construction project, and that would be with the building permit, and this was added by Planning Commission as a condition, and it's prohibited to 90 days in a calendar year, and it establishes the penalties and remedies for the container pods. The next item, the next bucket is donation bins. As we discussed last week, there are a lot of donation bins in the city. Many are for commercial use to repurpose a lot of used goods. While some have their contents removed on a regular basis, there are others in the city that create eyesore problems for a collection of unused items and create nuisances. So the city worked with our legal team to understand that there was an outright ban was not possible. So staff explored restrictions such as side and rear yard placement, proper screening, maintenance requirements, and penalties within our legal authority of police power. These amendments establish those definitions. It requires a building permit for a donation bin or box, sets the land use regulations, and permit the need to renew annually or the ability for the city to revoke the permit. I just wanted to address Councilmember James's point last week. There is a zoning fee that would be involved to get this in effect. The $500 for an escrow is something that would be the city would receive for each donation bin, but that allows the city to essentially use those funds to clean up the site if remediation is ever needed, if it's not done by the property owner. So I just wanted to clarify that from my answers last week and from some of the questions. So, and there is a proof of general liability insurance for these, which is no less than $1 million. And that's consistent with a lot of temporary uses that occur on city properties in the city. And this is a liability thing that is consistent. So if there's any questions on that, I can take that at the end of this presentation.
First, I just want to, you circulated some updated language. It's inserting into 2 subsections the phrase "unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission."
Yep.
And what's the backstory?
Absolutely. That is actually part of the MUD district, so I will be explaining that in a little bit here, if I may. So, some of the restrictions with donation boxes is they're not permitted on residential uses. They cannot be on an unimproved parcel or where a business has been closed for 30 days, and they must be 1,000 feet from each other unless they are back to back. So these are some of the specific conditions. So the last bucket has to do with the mixed-use district standards. Staff identified that these current standards are very light in terms of process responsibility and the standards within. So presently, Stonegate and the M1 Concourse are the only 2 developments with the MUD classification. And as we mentioned last week, there is a developer interested in rezoning to this zoning classification, which was why staff is exploring these amendments to better suit the city and the developer for the process ahead. So these amendments increase the legislation, and it's consistent with other jurisdictions' mixed-use standards and provides clear direction to the applicant and to the city. It establishes during this rezoning process the need for a sketch plan for the entire development. This is a lighter version of a full site plan that Planning Commission would often see when they're doing site plan review. The rezoning would need to be approved by City Council, with the development agreement also being approved by City Council concurrently. Internal setbacks, dimensional standards, layout, including material types and design elements are key, and this would be established during the rezoning process and during that development agreement. A site plan would be approved by Planning Commission after that rezoning for each phase that the applicant or developer looks to go for. But these standards that set the tone for the process and regulations again. I won't go through this list I shared last week, but these are just some of the development standards that are established when an applicant goes through this rezoning. I would like to identify the two motions that staff has identified and presents to council this evening. In talking with the Crystal Lake developer, and even though this motion is for all MUD standards, the request for both of these items related to childcare is that the public adjacent to a building entrance located off a public street and parking access lane, it should not create any congestion or issue on the public roadway. We're requesting to add unless otherwise approved by Planning Commission. This is just giving flexibility within the design, and there may be negotiations about what is private, what is public, but it gives a little bit more deference to Planning Commission during both the rezoning and the site plan process. Furthermore, again, with childcare facilities, that there should be an outdoor play area of at least 500 square feet permitted on the premise. Said play area should not be located within the front yard setback unless otherwise approved by Planning Commission. So this is allowing City Council and Planning Commission to evaluate during both processes if this layout works, that there might be the ability to have an outdoor play area within a front yard as opposed to a side or rear yard. So those are worthy of your consideration this evening. Staff is supportive of these motions, but we'd be happy to address anything further you have. So just as a summary from these three buckets, the zoning text amendment cleans up the regulations and establishes the code enforcement powers for container pods and donation bins in the city, and it establishes stronger regulations and a more transparent process for the mixed-use zoning districts. So as I mentioned last week, Planning Commission reviewed this during public hearing. They recommended approval with the three conditions that are listed up there. Those have been incorporated into the amendments. They were in last week, so if there's anything you'd like to learn more about, I'd be happy to go into. But that concludes my presentation, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Okay, on the speakers list, I have Councilwoman Rutherford, Councilman Goodman, Pro Tem Carrington, Councilwoman James on the original main motion, but we may want to just handle the amendment real quick of adding the unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission, so that way it can be, we can put that to bed. No, we haven't forgotten it. So it's been moved to amend what's before us now, section 3.704, subsection O, subsection 2, that adds the phrase at the end, unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission, period. And at the end of section 3.704, subsection O, subsection 3, again, unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission, period, ended at the, added to the end of each of those sections. It was moved by Councilman Rutherford and seconded by Councilman Nicholson. So the motion right now is just to, the overall thing that we're looking at, it adds that phrase at the end of those two sections. Any discussion on that? And the whole premise is that there could be some unique parcels or sites that we want to have some versatility. It would still have to be approved by the Planning Commission, but it doesn't close the door on that.
That is correct. Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington on this amendment specifically.
Yes, I guess my concern is unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission. I think historically the Planning Commission it's been a lot of inconsistencies, and with personalities and depending on who's on that particular committee. I sort of have an issue with inconsistency historically, not the people that's on this current Planning Commission. So I don't necessarily know if I can agree with that.
Any further discussion? Mayor Grimel, then Councilman Parker.
Well, I wonder if it might put Council President Pro Tem Carrington's mind at ease if it was unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission and City Council, perhaps. It's just a question.
That will put my mind to ease that I know it will come back to the council, yes.
Yeah. So I guess one question is that a permissible condition? Can we in fact require it to be approved by City Council? upon recommendation of the Planning Commission, perhaps, or something along those lines, something that ultimately gives the final say to the City Council?
Thank you. I actually would like to answer that question, but I would like to pass that off to our legal representative from the Kelly firm, Morgan McAtammy. Will be taking the podium to answer that question.
Good evening, Council. I would say the answer to that question is yes, technically we could do that. The only thing that I will say is that what is before you today is an amendment to the zoning ordinance for mixed-use districts. So unlike a site plan, which has to go before the Planning Commission for approval, this is just a rezoning. So first, an applicant would go before the Planning Commission seeking a rezoning to a mixed-use district, and then that would come before the City Council. After they're rezoned to mixed use, then the site plan itself for the mixed-use district or the mixed-use development also needs to go before Planning Commission. So I think we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit, because what is actually going to be before you if someone is petitioning under this ordinance is for the rezoning and not for the actual site plan, if that makes sense.
So to clarify, would the rezoning be coming to City Council regardless?
Yes, the rezoning is coming before City Council regardless. The site plan doesn't always come before City Council. The difficulty here is that if we make that amendment to this particular ordinance provision, that doesn't require the site plan to come before City Council, if that makes sense. Making the amendment that you've proposed would not create the result that you're hoping for it to create.
For mixed-use developments, does that development agreement have to come before City Council for approval?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Councilman Parker's next on the speaker's list.
Thank you, sir, but I yield. She answered my question.
Okay. So what we have right before us right now is this amendment, adding the phrase "unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission." Who would like to speak further to this amendment?
I just wanted to say the mayor had his hand up.
Mayor Graham.
What if we said, unless it is allowed in the development agreement, that will be subject to City Council approval? Wouldn't that accomplish what the President Pro Tem is seeking to accomplish? If all MUD developments will include a development agreement,
yes,
which is an if, because you know a lot more about this than I do, so that's one question. And if that development agreement must come before council, we could say, unless otherwise provided for in a development agreement approved by City Council.
That's a safer way to do it. Yes.
So with that, if council members Rutherford and Nicholson are willing to withdraw their motion to amend?
We are.
Okay, so the mover and seconder of that amendment has withdrawn it. We'll leave it to the attorney to wordsmith to reflect that safer approach, but we're going to resume the speakers list on the main motion. Councilman Rutherford, you were first up. So it's all of the zoning text amendments that we're talking about right now.
Okay, so I have a question. Let's say there was a case, which is currently at 50th District Court, where it was ruled that a pod had to be removed, and the pod was removed, and then 3 days later, the pod was put back on the property. And so my question is, how do we do something about that? Because the judgment said it had to be removed, and then 3 days later, it was put right back on the property. So how does this help in that regard?
What I would say, though, is this is establishing new regulations. And so the applicant may have an opportunity, we would count in this calendar year, we would count in the next calendar year how many days it was being used. They would have an opportunity in the future to have a pod for the time that is allotted from what we're approving. But I think until that point is there, currently, we've got to follow the court's orders on that.
So my follow-up question is, if the court has said it had to be removed, right, it was removed, it got put back on there. What is the next step? Because this person's going to continue to do that. Every time they get a judgment, they're going to remove it, put it back on there, move it, put it back on there. Be careful.
One of the things with this case, though, is there are new text amendments that are being passed, and so the judge in the future would see the current regulations and address that. As part of a court order, and I can defer to our legal team here, the courts can also render some additional decisions for the city.
So that's a very good question, and I think that that's a very reasonable concern. The language of the pod ordinance doesn't only state you can only have it there for 30 days, which would give that loophole that you're kind of thinking of, right? If there's an interruption in that 30 days, then you can get another 30 days, basically is what you're concerned about. Under the terms of the ordinance as written, you have to seek permission from the city administration in order to have that pod for 30 days. So there is a quasi-permitting process. If you don't have that permit, then you can't have that pod. You'll be ticketed. There are civil infraction penalties that come along with that. So that will then go to district court to be prosecuted by our prosecuting attorney, and there will be civil infraction penalties associated with that. So there will be fines and costs.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Goodman, next on the speaker's list. Order in the chambers. Councilman Goodman has the floor.
So, to what one of the residents brought up, is what is the policy when it comes to temporary storage, such as pods for businesses in the city?
Our understanding is this would regulate that further, and it would be for all businesses, not just residential properties.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington, do you still want to be on the main speakers list? No. Okay. Councilman James?
Yeah. Now, the statement she just made, I thought that this says that that residents could have the pod up to 30 days without a permit. Now, I think she just said you have to have a permit, period. I didn't think that's what this ordinance said. So now I'm confused.
It's not a strict permitting process like the donation bins ordinance where you have to physically seek a permit, you have to pay a permit fee, those kinds of things. In order to have the pod on a residential or a business property, you have to contact the city and basically get permission. It's not a permit strictly, but you have to notify the city that you're intending to have a pod for 30 days so that the city can start that clock, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, that's different than what I read. You know, I didn't read this over, but I thought when I read it last week that what this new guideline says is that a resident has some things they want to store away. They shouldn't need to contact the city to be able to store some things in a bin. So they order the bin out, and they have up to 30 days to get their stuff in that bin and to get it, picked up. After 30, now this is my understanding of what I thought I read. After 30 days, you have to have a permit. If you are going to keep that on your property beyond 30 days, you need to have a permit, and that permit, you can only get that if you have some kind of a, what was the?
Construction.
Some kind of a construction to show a reason why you would still have that on your property. Now, that was my understanding as of last week, but now you're saying things that really didn't agree with my understanding of it, because what you're saying now, I don't agree with that.
That's not how the ordinance reads. So the ordinance reads, in the event a resident would like to utilize a pod for a short-term project, they must reach out to the city to receive approval for the use of a pod for a period of no longer than 30 days. Residents are entitled to seek a maximum of 2 extensions from the initial 30-day approval. In order to seek an extension from the initial approval, a resident must provide proof of an open building permit to substantiate the need for additional storage due to an ongoing construction project. So the way the ordinance reads is you do need approval from the city.
Yeah, okay. My second question is in regards to the bins. In District 4, I have a group that have been doing some wonderful work, charitable work, the Oakland Hope organization. They have bins on their own property. I would like to know, does this, will they be required to pay $500 to be able to have a bin on their own property?
Yes.
No. I can't agree with that.
Order in the chambers.
You know, these need work. These need work.
Order in the chambers, Councilman James has the floor. Your insertions may or may not advance your policy positions by throwing off the deliberations. Councilman James, you have the floor.
I think these need work because this is just a basic thing that a resident would need to do to order something out. You want to store some stuff, you want to clean your garage out. That's pretty basic. I should not have to contact the city and get a permit to bring a storage unit out to my house. If I'm moving, if I'm what, I shouldn't have to reach out to the city. If that extends beyond a reasonable period of time, then obviously I think that, you know, the guidelines that you've set up make sense, and they are something that I could support. I cannot support a resident having to get city permission for them to pay to have something brought to their property to store. That's very personal. That should be their right to do that without having to contact the city. And I don't support that. In terms of the bins, I agree. This is a horrific problem in the city of Pontiac. I love the fact that we're dealing with it. But a business, you know, like Oakland Hope, that, you know, are doing tremendous work in our community and have bins on their property for their own purpose. They don't have to be picked up because they service the bins on their property. To charge those people $500 to put a bin on their own property does not make sense, and I can't support that. I think I would like to see some changes made to this. I can't support it as it is.
Do you want a motion to table for 1 week?
Well, that's just my opinion. I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I can't support this.
Further discussion. Next on the speakers list was Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman Nicholson and Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I actually see it a little bit different with both these situations that the councilwoman stated. First, anything over 30 days, I definitely think a resident should be able to, the city should be able to make a determination of that. These pods are not staying 30 days, they stay in 2 or 3 years. And I get calls on this all the time. Concerning Oakland Hope, I don't know if Councilwoman, and I hate to say this, but since she brought it up, I have to say this. That I believe the organization is in the 6th district. And one of the places that a lot of bins are is in my district. And if you go behind that building, it looks like a graveyard. It's excessive, there's junk everywhere. And I'm not saying it's Oakland Hope's property. I think it may be some of their property and like 3 or 4 homes connected to that backyard. It needs to be cleaned up. And if you, well, let me finish. Because of also, I also want to say is that other communities, and we sometimes as a city of Pontiac, we kind of hold ourselves to less of a standards than what those businesses already know. When they in these other communities, they're gonna pay that $500. But yet, for some reason, we sort of want to give, 1 minute we say punish the corporations and businesses, but then yet we also want to limit our standards, which allows corporations and businesses to not serve the needs of this community fairly like they will serve other communities. So from me reading the ordinance, it gives way to these corporations that they can show a legitimate use of these bins, that they're able to keep them there. But if they can't show legitimate use, then they need to be removed because they are eyesores. And I'm sort of tired of getting the calls. I get them all the time. My district is a mess, and I'm gonna say that on record. And I'm tired of going up with code enforcement and say, look, here. It's an issue. And we need to start being serious about cleaning some of this stuff up. We want to make our city presentable, like people continue to say they care about this city. So I say hold everybody the same accountable. When they go to Bloomfield Hills, it's no argument. They pay that $500. If you go to West Bloomfield, no argument. They pay that $500. And I want them to pay that $500 here in Pontiac.
As a point of information, Oakland Hope is located on Walton Boulevard. Is that the site that you're referencing?
No, it might be something similar to Oakland Hope that's on.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a different, but at the same time, we can't make one exception to one company without making it all.
Resuming the speakers list, and then I'll put you on the speakers list. I think Councilman Nicholson was
Yeah, I'd say I split my concerns. I agree with Councilman Carrington on the bin issue. We have a very similar problem at Oakland Point Plaza on Telegraph. But for me, my concern with these storage containers is this a welcoming opportunity for someone moving into the city? If they're moving into a house and they have a pod that's been delivered, and let's say they're driving here with a vehicle and the pod is delivered, I mean, to get back and forth to the city, to me, I would never estimate to call the city and if it was going to be on my property. I just think that would be a really sour welcome to somebody moving into a new home. So I think there could be some smithing on that piece, but I certainly agree on the donation containers.
Councilman Rutherford.
So the issue is that some people have had pods on their house for 8 years. They filed in 2015. They never paid for the permit. There's at least 10 in District 1 that have been there more than 3 years. If you drive on Orchard Lake, where Crystal Lake store is, there's 8 donation bins that are overfilled, haven't been cleaned out. So every week, I get the same calls from the street in Nebraska, Nevada, over on my street on Argyle. And so just like I get fined because I don't do what I'm supposed to do and I don't file my papers on time, everybody has to pay their just due. And so I understand the frustration, but $500 is nothing compared to the blight, the cats, the dogs, the infirmary that happens at these donation bins. The other part about the pods is this: you can't do that anywhere else. I don't care what anybody else say, go read their ordinances. You have to pay to play. If you are building something on your home, you have to pull permits. And so I agree wholeheartedly with Councilman Pro Tem Carrington. At the end of the day, it's time for us to pay it, because the same individuals who are saying don't penalize the people have been complaining for a year and a half how dirty Pontiac is, and now we're trying to clean it up, and now it's not no good because it's affecting them. But they weren't saying that when they were at that mic saying how dirty, and I'm speaking for my constituents. So I have a problem. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's it.
Councilwoman James.
Okay, I just want to clarify again, the position that I communicated.
Order in the chambers. Councilwoman James has the floor.
I fully support the work that's been done for the pods. I agree with everything that's been said. An extended period of time, years, unacceptable. I think everything else is good. My objection is that initial 30 days, that a resident should have the right to order a pod for their house to take care of whatever cleanup they want to do without registering, initially only. I'm not saying I approve them having a pod there indefinitely. What I'm saying is the initial order that you rent that pod, and you have 30 days that you can utilize that pod. After 30 days, then you need to have some kind of a permit, building permit, and you're on that timer. But I don't see a timer, and just please understand, that's I am not disagreeing that we need to regulate how how these pods are used in our city. What I'm objecting to is that initial period, that people should have that right to order a pod to be able to take care of business on their own property without the use of a permit for those first 30 days. That's all. Okay, now this, with respect to the bins, here again, I am not saying, I'm not trying to create a double standard here for bins. We actually have two different scenarios. Right in District 4, we've got bins, take for instance a corner of Telegraph and Caesar, is that Caesar Chavez, where Aldi's is. What's the name of that street that comes?
Waterford Township. Yeah, it's in Waterford.
It's Waterford, but Aldi's is there. The store is closed. There are two bins on Aldi's property. 95% of the bins in our city are bins that are operating on someone else's property. Do you understand what I'm saying? The bins that are on Aldi's property have nothing to do with Aldi's. And 90% of the bins that are on on the properties of different businesses throughout the city, you said yourself, are being put there by non-charitable companies that are, reselling these products and reselling these things. I think there is a difference between you putting a bin on someone else's property and you putting a bin on your own property that you are servicing and maintaining. And by the way, Oakland Hope is immaculate. If anyone has been in that facility, they give away food there. From the front to the back, that place is well maintained. Their bins are well maintained. I don't want to make an exception for them. I feel that if a bin is on that person's property, that is an exception in my mind. I think that should be handled differently than you are putting a bin on somebody else's property. I see that as being two separate scenarios, and I would like to see the city deal differently with someone who has a bin on their own property that they are maintaining and someone who is putting a bin on somebody else's property half the time that don't even know that it's there or that they don't even know who put the bin there and are not maintaining it. The owner of the property does not maintain that bin. I think we're dealing with two very separate things here, and I think we are beating up on somebody like Oakland Hope or like other organizations where that bin is on charitable organizations who have a collection bin on their own property that they maintain, and those businesses who are just putting those bins throughout the city. We're dealing with two different things here, and I think I see us kind of lumping everything together, and we just can't afford to do that because we're being extremely unfair to those charitable businesses who have bins on their own property.
Manager Yander.
I have 2 points and to address and ask for council. I think the first one I'm going to pass to Morgan to discuss the ownership and if the city has the ability to treat those differently within the zoning code. And then after that, I have a question just regarding the pods in those first 30 days.
So with regard to donation bins, this is a really sticky subject. So the reason that we can't completely ban donation bins is because there are court cases that specifically have determined that the regulation of donation bins is a free speech issue. When we get into differentiating between who can have donation bins without having to pay some sort of permitting fee or escrow fee, and who cannot do that, that's a slippery slope issue. I'm not saying that we can't do what you're saying, because the case that has come up was specifically about an explicit ban on donation bins. And the court determined that we cannot explicitly ban donation bins because it's a free speech issue. Donation bins are not simply, they're not simply receptacles for donations. They are solicitations for charitable donations, which is a speech issue. We initially, when we started considering this donation bin ordinance, our thought process was maybe what we do, because we don't want to ban all donation bins. There are some donation bins and some facilities in the city who do good with these donation bins. Maybe what we do is we allow donation bins only at houses of worship or charitable organizations, provided that they clean those up. Unfortunately, there have been other cities that have tried to implement such ordinances, and they were unsuccessful. Those didn't have court cases necessarily. I just worry that if we start differentiating on who can and cannot have these donation bins, and we don't apply the rules uniformly, I worry that could create an issue in the future. That's the reason that we drafted the ordinance the way that we did. However, if you are requesting that we modify the ordinance, we can certainly attempt to do that in the way that protects the city from litigation as best as possible.
And then Manager Yandrick, you had a question?
In regards to the initial, say someone's moving into a neighborhood and, you know, the process of the time clock starting for them having a pod versus actually getting a permission or a permit, you know, it's not unreasonable to give a grace period of 3 days, 5 days, 7 days before maybe requiring a permit. But I think it's worth consideration for a smaller period of time, because 30 days is a long period, and we want to make sure that there's consistency throughout the city. And so when does that 30 days start? When code enforcement first notices it, when council first notices, and we want to make sure that that's a smaller amount of time that everyone is being treated fairly when it comes to this regulation. So I'm something to consider if that is a direction that you would like to take in a motion from the current amendments.
And I can speak to that as well. Yeah. I apologize. I should have mentioned this when I was before the council earlier. The reason that we drafted the ordinance the way that we did with regard to pods and seeking permission, not a permit, but notifying the city that you intend to have a pod, is because code enforcement is so overwhelmed right now. We do have a fairly small number of code enforcement officers who do quite a bit for the city, but my worry is that if we don't have the ordinance as written, or my worry was in drafting the ordinance, that then you're going to have some people in District 6 who have a pod out there that code enforcement doesn't notice for 120 days, and then the clock starts then, but you have someone in, say, District 2 who code enforcement notices immediately and the clock starts then. Our concern is treating every single citizen in the city of Pontiac equally. And if we leave that enforcement up to just code enforcement, that opens the door for discrepancies in how long those pods are staying there. That was our concern.
But we have a great code enforcement.
We have an incredible code enforcement team, and I want to make that clear.
Next on the speakers list is Councilman Parker, followed by Councilman Goodman, then Deputy Mayor Stevens. I want to clarify, though, the language right now for container pods, the word that you have in the language is for that initial 30-day windows seeking permission, correct?
Correct.
So there's no permit involved there, it's seeking permission.
Correct.
And when I get, after they speak, I'll ask you the question about inserting substitute language that's about notification versus permission. So you can marinate on that, but next on the speakers list is Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. I'm just sitting here listening, and if I've heard what the administration have said, I've heard what the majority of council have said, there certainly seems to be an issue with some of the language that, as it is written currently. There seems to be an issue with the legal opinions of banning or not banning, requiring permission, not requiring permission, asking for permission, don't have to ask for permission. It would seem to me that if compromise is going to be reached on this, this one needs to go back to the table and be reworked to include some of those issues that each of us, most of us have expressed at this table, because none of us is completely happy with what's coming before us, and that includes administration.
So you'd like to make a motion to?
I would make a motion that we postpone it for a week so that they can have a point to review, we can have a point to look at it, and the language can do what we're asking it to do, where we don't penalize newcomers to the city, don't penalize businesses that's already been doing great things with them, and don't penalize all the others that fall in the cracks between. There just needs to be some better language used to me. And so I'll make that motion if I didn't talk too long.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman James, that the item before us, that it be postponed for 1 week and return at the next regular city council meeting. Any discussion on the motion to postpone? Goodman?
So in the fact that we're most likely going to postpone this, I do want to ask a question in sort of a policy direction as you're taking this back to the table. Is there any way for the city legally to differentiate between single-family homes and businesses when it comes to this PODS ordinance?
We can regulate it by the zoning district.
Because the follow-up question I would then like to ask is is there any way for, let's assume that we're doing like a permitted process for each of the initial 30 days and then obviously the re-up. Is there any way that is feasible or legal for us to have the initial permit fee for single-family homes or in that zoning district?
I got a yank you.
Okay.
The motion before us is a motion to postpone, so you'll need to.
Thank you.
Your deliberation has to be on whether or not we want to postpone.
Then I'll take it back.
But if it fails, you're next on the speaker's list. On the motion postpone, Pro Tem Carrington.
Well, I guess I'm kind of a little confused about postponement because even though a lot of things have been said at this table, there's no consistency on how the council feel. So I'm kind of concerned about what would the administration write up if we haven't agreed to any of these issues. So I guess I'm a little concerned.
On the motion to postpone, Deputy Mayor.
On the motion to postpone, I have a question similar to the concern that the councilman just brought up, and that question is, in what I'm hearing, that the council is okay with the concept of the regulation, but the council wants a tweak to the specific word. Now, this is going to sound silly, but not pebble, not stone, but rock? Or is there a larger concern that council has?
The motion before us is postponement for 1 week. Any discussion on prospective postponement? Councilman Nichols.
It sounds like if this is a work group issue, it should probably be postponed until a subcommittee can review it with public comment.
The next Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee meeting is this Monday, May 1st.
Okay.
So it can be front and center
Gives us
before
time.
next regular city council meeting.
And that meeting is at what time?
9 a.m.
Here in the conference room?
That's right.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to postpone, Councilman Rutherford.
So if we postpone it, it will be on the agenda on Monday, President?
Well, I set that subcommittee agenda, so yeah.
Okay.
But and it will, based on this vote, be on the city council agenda for Tuesday.
Thank you. Okay.
Hearing no further discussion on the motion to postpone for 1 week. What's that? Well, I think so. Yeah, I think so, because it's really just about presenting council with more options, just like we've done with other ordinances or resolutions. We can lay out options, and then whatever gets the majority of votes, that's what gets incorporated or not. But rather than shoot from the hip and write the words now, and it might have unintended consequences, it just gives all of those policymakers opportunity to see how we want to deploy different options. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the motion to postpone for 1 week. I almost said Deputy Mayor, Deputy Clerk, Brandis.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. It will be before this body next week, and then as stated before the subcommittee next Monday morning at 9 a.m. All are welcome. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to recognize Leadership Oakland as a nonprofit organization in Pontiac for the purpose? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. This resolution recognizes this nonprofit organization in Pontiac for the purpose of them obtaining a charitable gaming license from the state of Michigan. It's something the state of Michigan requires for nonprofits to pursue these items. We considered one for another nonprofit about 9-10 months ago, so you may be familiar with this process. Mayor Grimal, administration, anything you'd like us to set the scene with?
I don't have anything
Actually,
to set the scene with. I think this was the
office.
clerk's office that put this on the agenda.
All right. Anything that the clerk's office wanted us to know beyond what's already been discussed?
Good evening, President McGinnis, and to the honorable body. I wanted to ask, you did a wonderful job in introducing, wanted to ask if there is anyone here to represent Leadership Oakland? Yes. Can you go to the mic? Can you go to the mic behind you? Thank you.
And welcome back to Pontiac City Hall. You hit that button there, it's live.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, Leadership Oakland has been around for 33 years. We are a nonprofit organization with a leadership training program for both adults and also the youth. So we do a leadership program for high school students as well. And we just moved into Pontiac in August. So we were in Auburn Hills before that and just moved into Pontiac. We're on Joslyn in the Chief Financial Credit Union building on the second floor. So I would welcome any of you to come visit us if you'd like. But thank you for that resolution. And I'm just excited to be in Pontiac. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And what would be some of the endeavors that Leadership Oakland would benefit from being able to have this option in your fundraising toolkit? Tell us about some of your great work.
That's a great one. One of the things we do every year is some networking and fundraising events, and we use some of those funds to do a day of service project for a local nonprofit, usually here in Pontiac. So each year we pick a nonprofit and we fundraise, and we execute a day of service project for them. So that's one of our big endeavors every year.
And do I recall correctly that most recently Leadership Oakland partnered with Identify Your Dream Foundation here in Pontiac for fundraising and service?
We presented Identify Your Dream, a check for $13,000 here in this room a year ago. That was selected as our Day of Service project. This year's class selected Centers for Success, which is an organization that provides mentoring and tutoring for youth. And that's located here in Pontiac as well. We've done things for Micah 6, we've done things for the Care House. So a lot of different nonprofits have benefited from our organization and the professionals that go through our training.
Excellent. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Rutherford. Harrington.
Yes.
Goodman. James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas.
You want to call Goodman's name again?
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas.
All right. That's
right.
more yays for the pile. That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Congratulations and best wishes to Leadership Oakland. We look forward to your continued support and investment for Pontiac's advancement.
All right, thank you.
Is there a motion to adopt the resolution recognizing International Workers' Day?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Comrade Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Goodman. The resolution is before us. Councilman Goodman, any backstory you'd like to give?
I just needed a moment with that one. So for those of you who don't know, I am a person that cares a lot when it comes to labor and unions and workers' rights. That has always been my thing, in addition to housing and environmentalism and everything else that I truly do care about. But being born and raised in Pontiac, labor is a huge thing for me. As we come up on what is May Day, or May 1st, which is known as International Workers' Day, which is the day that the rest of the world also acknowledges labor struggles, as opposed to just Labor Day, how we do in the U.S. But however, it comes from a very specific event that happened here in the U.S. It came from the Haymarket Affair, which happened in Chicago back in 1886, when workers were fighting for better working conditions. And with Pontiac having such a huge history in labor activism, and the fight for better things such as fair wages, safer working conditions, and workers' rights. I think that this resolution is extremely important as we continue to talk about things that, again, affect most Pontiac residents who work in industries where they are not protected. I think it's very important for us as a city who has this insanely strong history to pass things such as this, to acknowledge that history and reaffirm our dedication to the work that has been done before us. So,
All right, any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker, Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution for approval to execute a contract with Action Traffic Maintenance for the city's right-of-way signage services? It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. The matter is before us. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We want to make sure that we're putting in place a signed contract for both the creation of road signs and for their placement. We have a long-standing problem in that a lot of signs along right-of-ways have not been properly updated in a number of years. And so we want to make sure that we have a contract in place with a sign company that will get the job done in a prompt way and actually start updating the signage on our city streets. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Cooley.
Yes, good evening. This is a contract that we've had in place for several years that had expired. This is for any of the roadway signs, if a stop sign's hit or faded or disappeared. This contract is for this contractor to manufacture the sign and then actually place it back out in place, doing all the labor that way. This contract had expired late last year or the first of this year, so we have been actively putting this out on the street and getting the RFP out and getting bids out, and then this is what the results were. There were several people that had downloaded the information and had looked at the RFP, but there was only one bidder when the bid results come in.
Thank you. Happy recent birthday, by the way. Councilman Rutherford, you have the floor.
Good evening. Quick question, Mr. Cooley. So if we approve this tonight, resolution tonight, what is the timeline for the signs that are currently being snatched down for them to be repaired?
So even though it's approved tonight, the contract will have to be built by the purchasing agent, go out to the contractor to be signed, come back in for myself and the mayor to sign. That's a process that usually takes approximately a week and a half. From that point, then we order the signs from the company. Depending on material shortages, those are typically a couple of weeks to build the signs, and then they start coming into the city and start installing signs.
And my follow-up question is for Frank Russell Boulevard. Does this particular company have something in place so that that doesn't keep falling down because of the heaviness of the signage?
Yeah, so there's two aspects to that. It's something we're working on with the company to do some reinforcements out there to get those signs stayed, so that they stay in place and they're not having issues with coming down any longer. And then, the council had approved us bringing in DLZ as a contractor with an engineer. We have an engineer that's working with me now, and we're going to start working on a sign limit for how many places you can have on the sign. So what had happened is that's with a full name and the boulevard on it, and it's such a long sign, it's overbearing to the rest of the weight of the signage, and that's what's creating it. It's kind of like a flag up there blowing around and shaking and loosening things up and falling down.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Nicholson.
I've done a few canvases and submitted some sign requests. There's a lot of, especially no parking signs that are missing around in the historic districts. So I'm wondering, is that something DPW is going to be doing, is going out and canvassing, or would you prefer that we keep sending you the the requests.
So we welcome anything as if you're seeing items that are missing or faded or need to be replaced, we welcome you to offer that information. What we'll currently be doing is getting everything that we have a backlog of getting put up. And then we had worked with one of the engineering firms and did a sign survey and a reinstallation in one subdivision, just to get a pilot program working. And then we're going to base off of that and start moving throughout the whole city to where they'll go back and look at our old traffic control records. They'll look at the Michigan Municipal Code for traffic control devices and get all the proper signage back in place throughout the city, so that we'll be taking down the signs that are no longer needed, putting up the proper signs, doing that, and we'll be working our way through the entire city doing that. That's something that new engineer will be working on, is proposing a plan on how long it'll take us to get through the city, what phases we're doing, how big of chunks we can do each fiscal year, that type of thing.
Thank you.
And this would impact street signs. They also, this.
Correct. Yep. It's not just stop signs. It's no parking. It's street signs. It's any of the signs that are within the right of way that are municipal owned signs.
Well, I know you have it in your backlog, but you will make me a hero when you place the Court Street sign at University, so my dad will stop saying it's been 2 years. What gives with the city of Pontiac? So I know that although it's across the street, it's in District 6. And I know you're aware of it, so I'm glad that if this passed, you have expanded capacity to catch up on that backlog.
Correct.
But I'm glad to hear about the proactive sort of phased-in approach as much as resources will allow. Other discussion on the motion before us? Councilman Goodman.
I guess I may ask while we're doing this. Okay, this first question is, while we're doing the funding for signs, I want to ask, the 2 stop signs that are in downtown Pontiac by the courthouse and the Waterman building, are they supposed to not be there at this exact moment?
No, they are supposed to be there, and what the issue is that with not having the sign contractor, we had a limited amount of temporary stop signs, and we had run out of those. So we are actually in the process of having some emergency sign work done to get some signs up, and then we will have temporary signs down there as soon as possible, hopefully within the next few days, even before this contract is signed, and then they will be permanently replaced once this contract's in place.
Councilman Nicholson?
Yeah, it's particularly terrifying because that intersection goes right into the front of my building. So it's yeah, with people sitting there, from morning to night. And that berm that's there gets hit constantly, even with the stop signs there. So I just want to make sure, because people will assume traffic keeps going. They do it anyway without the stop signs, being missing.
And I will do a deeper look at it tomorrow and see if there's something that we can get out there.
Yeah, I don't even think the painting, the striping is as clean as it could be. So I think it's pretty dangerous.
Okay.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
Oh, yeah, he did it.
And I'm also going to hijack this to make a personal plea for District 7, where Pike Street dead ends into Eastway. Yet again on Friday, that private homeowner had a car literally run into there because where the road should keep going. And so I encourage you to, with the new city engineer in capacity, look and see what might be missing. I imagine over the decades there was other stuff to say, hey, Pike Street ends here. Don't keep driving. I mean, obviously that's shouldn't be an issue, but it's clearly an issue. 5 accidents have happened in the last 2 years. So,
yeah, and I did get an email on that from Mr. Early, and we are looking into that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. But I mean, the moral of the story is that we need capacity to crank out these signs ASAP. Councilman Parker.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cool, I had a real quick question because it came up. Is there a ordinance that concerns what's the distance between stop signs on the street?
I'm sorry. Did you say there's
the distance between stop signs in any particular street? Can you have is there a spacing requirement for stop signs?
So that's all part of that Michigan Municipal Uniform Traffic Control Devices. It states like footages that should be between stop signs, different items like that, when a stop sign should be placed, how it should be placed, whether it should be placed for safety, traffic control, speed control, those different items. That's all within that manual.
Can I get a copy of that?
Correct. Yes, I can. I can get you that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
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 That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Godspeed to the sign people. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Moved by Carrington.
It's, was actually moved first by Rutherford, so the support by Pro Tem Carrington. This resolution is approving and executing the order form agreement for the Grants Management Software Amplifund and Alternative Grants Software Solution. Mayor Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As our grants department and its director, Alex Borngesser, continue to do a terrific job, we're seeking to make sure that we give them the tools to properly track all of our grants and the activity associated with each of those grants. And this software is just such a tool. So I welcome Director Borngesser to come to the podium and talk in greater detail about the specifics of this software.
Good evening. The city's funding portfolio includes corporate and individual major gifts, awards on the federal, state, and local level, as well as foundation support and traditional philanthropic giving. The grants team is responsible for the oversight of the city of Pontiac's $37.7 million in ARPA funds, which the city will serve as the grant maker in some instances. In addition to all of the aforementioned, we are also charged with congressionally directed spending requests and federal and state appropriations. The grants team has secured or manages, provides oversight for roughly $59.4 million in funding and has $55,161,879 million in pending applications awaiting decisions from funders. I am tremendously proud of this work and the important and vital ways it impacts the lives of Pontiac residents. That said, our objective is to maintain compliance of the awards we receive so that we can have the best and most responsible application of our grant resources. In addition, as I mentioned, in the very near future, we'll be acting as the grant maker, which will involve a complex workflow of city staff, all working together to award and disperse grant agreements and programming to residents. Amplifund is a modern and sophisticated grant management tool that serves as a resource for the grants team to manage the full life cycle of a grant, from both the position as the grantee and the grant maker. The Department of Grants and Philanthropy kindly requests the approval of this contract to support our mission, which is to compete nationally for and support the implementation of public and private investments that enhance the quality of life for Pontiac residents.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion before us. Will these be general fund dollars utilized, or is there some other subset of funding that you want to give us the context of?
I believe it's general fund dollars, but Director Borngesser, you can probably speak to that as well.
Sure. This is not presently budgeted for. The current tool that the grants team uses, which is largely obsolete, is eCivis. Our objective is to implement and present a budget amendment to council following the approval of this contract that will apply the cost of this contract to the indirect cost fees associated with each of our ARPA program areas. As I'm sure you noticed in our grant budget or our total program budget for ARPA, we did include indirect cost fees for the management of those awards. In future years, we will apply the cost of this tool to the indirect cost fees submitted in grant applications as part of the administrative overhead required to manage the life cycle of the grant. Essentially, we will maintain this contract and be self-sufficient with future grant awards.
Love it. Bake it into the cake. Sounds delicious. Any further discussion? Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, just one quick question. What was your decision not to go with e-grams? I know you said you looked at it as a comparison, and most of the state grants you are required to submit through e-grams, I'm assuming.
So eGrams is actually a grant maker tool that different governmental agencies use to give us grants. It's not a tool that we're able to manage the life cycle of our grant award. So Amplifund serves as a grant management platform. It allows us to track reporting deadlines, compliance, budgets, and all of the documents that come, which are plentiful, with a grant award. It also allows us to build applications inside of the portal, so that way we're not sending hundreds of emails to each other with complex engineering documents. eGrams is a little bit different. It's the same as grants.gov or any of the DOJ applications that would give us grant awards. We would still be required to submit our reports to those portals, but it doesn't allow us the same type of creativity and flexibility.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Nicholson.
In Finance Committee, we talked a little bit about some of the limitations that our financial systems vis-a-vis our HRIS system have in delivering the reports that you might need. Does this help, would this software help clear up some of that burden?
Yeah, so presently we're operating out of Excel spreadsheets, and we use those very detailed Excel sheets to reconcile the BS&A reports. This would allow us to reconcile those reports with something called an API. I don't know exactly what that stands for, but essentially it reports back and forth independently without us having to do it manually. It eliminates the human error that's involved.
Well, this sounds fantastic. And we want to give you all the tools that you need to be able to thrive for years to come, because it's really transformational work and transformational resources. Councilman Parker.
Just one quick question. If this is approved, how quick will you be able to get it?
Well, there is a scope inside of the agreement that says they'll set an implementation process and schedule. We don't have a large history of grant documents here at the city, and so I think it'll be pretty easy to migrate some of that data. I would say 3 months to get it fully operational. They will also conduct training for staff, anyone who's involved in the use of Amplifund. And they will also provide trainings for perhaps residents or partner organizations who will be interacting with that platform when they're applying for grants from the city, which is tremendously useful.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution. Madam Deputy Clerk.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Godspeed to the grants teams. All right, we're at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Good evening once again. I think I need to take a little time and try to do a little history recap. Most of you all may have heard about TDC, the Talent Development Coalition. I want to do a little quick recap. We came together as a community to see how we could address this whole workforce development issue here in Pontiac because we knew how critical it was. We requested funding for $500,000 for a grant. We was fortunate because there was a lot of people going after it. They only gave us $150. So what we was trying to do, we did not have all the funding to do. So we came back and State Representative Carter, she was very much interested in what we was doing. She understands how we could try to get people involved with apprenticeships and things, but it's a long-term endeavor. And so what she did is did the initial funding for us to do the pipeline work in the schools. And that's that's 8th grade to 12th grade. So we've been doing the pipeline work, but what we need to work on is the adults. That's where the workforce development and career navigation is needed. And what we did collectively, locally here, is the same process that was presented today about anti-violence. I agree 100%. But if you understand how they're funded and their funding requests is what TDC locally around here needs to support, because what happens, especially when COVID hit. When COVID hit, it hit our educational system. It hit us as devastating compared to other areas. And when we start talking about the workforce development, if you do not invest into it for the long term, your people will not be ready when the opportunity arises. So I'm asking you that if we can think about how we can take an organization like TDC with career navigation built into it and help fund it, and we already know the people here, we know the players, we know what's going on in the homes, we can have a much positive return on our dollars. But I want those who didn't know, TDC is needing the funding to continue to do the work that they do here in our community for Pontiac residents. And I want to say the part that we've now incorporated, and we don't call it mental health, but it's mental wellness. they need to be well when they're trying to go after work opportunities. And we've incorporated that into the whole process of navigating a family, a person, to workforce opportunities. So I'm asking that we look at TDC. If we need to come and do a presentation, I'd be glad to, so you can become more aware of it, but we need the support from the city to help the residents. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, it was chilly, now we're roasting, if you want to tickle the ivories.
All right,
Thank you, Mr.
sir.
Jones. Didn't mean to step on your exclamation point.
Ms. Marsha Easley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I'm back. I'm here on behalf of Inspirational Spectrum Heroes and looking for support and resolution for our 3rd annual Autism Walk. It will be held May the 20th at Wisner Stadium from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Our walk in 2019 was good. 2022 was great, and we want this year to just be awesome. The community really came out. I want to thank all the council members who came out and supported it. It was a really great event last year. This event is not a really big fundraiser, though it is a fundraiser. We don't get a lot of money in, but what we do is bring the community together and bring autism awareness. And although in April is Autism Awareness Month, which is turning to Autism Acceptance, and that's what we're trying to do with this organization, is make sure we involve our autism community into the community. So we try to get them out. We use funds. We did a painting event. We've been to sporting events. We've had Christmas parties, game nights. We want to do dances. We're going to have a bowling event. I have them working at the gym. We're going to do gym workouts. So it's just a lot of things our organization want to do just to get people with autism out the house. And if you talk to people who have autistic individuals in their families, they'll let you know, because people come to me all the time with it. They never get invited anywhere. They never get to go anywhere. And as they become adults, it's really even more so that they're more isolated. At least when they're in school age, they get to go to school every day. And then when they're adults, they get jobs. Sometimes they are minimal jobs. And we need to find more jobs in our community where they can come out and showcase what they can do. I'm very adamant about this. I have a son who's 33 years old with autism. So when I was finding out about autism 30 years ago, it wasn't really a lot of resources. So I had to do a lot of fighting for myself to make sure he had the resources for him to be able to be an effective citizen. So he's doing pretty good. He's living independently. And see, when we have these fairs, I'm going to have companies there to let you know, hey, because I thought he would live with me the rest of his life. He's doing great. This is something he wanted to do himself. He's been doing this 8 years. There are so many things out there that people with autism and their families just don't know what's out there. So we want to be that resource. We're not the experts. We want to be the resources, because people ask me all the time questions. I'm not the expert, but I want to send them to the experts that can make sure that these individuals and families, and we all know, and I see it every year, we have a very big autism community. And like you said, autism kids turn into autism adults. So we have to make sure they are taken care of, recognized, and accepted into the community. So I really would like everybody to come out. We're going to have entertaining vendors. I'm going to talk real fast. Melanie, there'll be a microphone there if you want to come out there and sing. Just come on out and support us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Can I ask her a question before we get started? Could
No,
you-
no.
I have flyers too, if anybody like a flyer.
Yes, ma'am, I have flyers.
Good that we got that traffic sign company up again. We lose, I understand, 200 signs a year, and there's some streets where it's hard to find your way around, so it's good we got that out. But remind the DPW director that he promised me, so you can make sure he does it, that there should be a census of all the missing signs. You need a plan and a strategy for making sure we get the signs replaced. So that was the first thing. I also saw on the agenda that we're about to have a discussion about you, Deputy Mayor Stevens, being now accepted to the Michigan Municipal League Board. Congratulations. And I just wanted to speak to that because I had the great privilege of working with the Michigan Municipal League as mayor. In fact, I was vice chairman for a whole term. And for those of you who don't know, this is a compendium of a lot of municipal leaders throughout the state. We get to talk about policy, informing policy, and what mutual things we have. And one of the things that I was able to share with them that they liked was what Pontiac had done to get rid of blight. You know, we had a blight removal program for these pockmarketed, terrible homes in the neighborhoods, and they wanted to know how we had used not only TARP money, but some CDBG money to make sure that we cleared those of our neighborhoods, as well as 962 homes, I think. And now you're still working on some of the ones that are harder to take down. But that was something that really was transformational for the city. And so we were able to provide some guidance to some of the other cities that wanted to do that and found out how Pontiac had done it. But I came particularly, and congratulations for that, Deputy Mayor. But I came in behalf of another organization I'm affiliated with, and that's the Governor Whitmer's Black Leadership Advisory Council. And I came to talk about the Crown Act, and that's an act that we're advocating to get through the legislature, and this is to eliminate hair-based discrimination. And this is where ethnic hairstyles are sometimes discriminated against in the workplace or other places. This is an act that has been passed in 19 other states. We want Michigan to join that. So the members of the Black Leadership Advisory Council are going out and advocating for that. It would help if communities like yours who supported that, and some of you have already talked about it, would do something either individually or not tonight, but sometime do something to pass a resolution in support of this, or even to contact Senator Chang, because we would want that to have a hearing in her committee. This was recommended last year, but never got out of committee. It did not pass. We're hoping it'll pass this year because of all the problems of hair-based, ethnic-based hair discrimination. So I just bring this to you. I brought another issue to you once before from the Black Leadership Advisory Council, and you did have a joint council resolution to support that. The governor signed an executive order as a result of that, all the people who advocated for that. So we hope that this will be passed this time. She's ready to sign it, the Crown Act, for all of you who have heard about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Terry Covington.
While she's making her way to the microphone, I want to give a shout out to Daryl Earl from the City Council offices, who celebrates a birthday later this week. Happy birthday, Mr. Earl.
Good evening, everyone. Good to be here again. I'm Terry Covington. I'm a very proud retiree from the Pontiac Police Department. And in the absence of being in the streets, I've found some other things to use my talents. I'm now a board member with the Pontiac Alumni Foundation, as well as I operate from the school district's homecoming steering committee. So I'm combining those with an idea that I had that actually has come to fruition, and I'm proud to say that we are now going to have a campaign for what we call the Walk of Success. It's a brick paver fundraiser. We're going to sell those bricks. They're going to be installed over at the new high school, Pontiac High, and it's for every alum from Central, from Northern, from ITA, and from Pontiac High. You can get an 8x8, you can get a 4x8, you get an opportunity to not only place your name and the year you graduated, whatever you want to say, but you'll also get an opportunity to put a piece of clip art there. Those of us that are chiefs want to make sure that that chief is on our brick. And those of us that are Huskies, we're going to allow that to occur as well. So tonight I'm here just to make sure that you all are aware of it. The first installation, the cutoff date is June 1st. For those of you that want to purchase, it will be a continuous sale. All of the funds will go to scholarships for our kids to get them out of here and off to school or for a trade or whatever they want to do. That's so important to us. I heard you guys talking about the youth in our community. It's one of the bigger things that I've done all through my career, and I want to ensure that any of our children that want to go off have that opportunity, and this is such a neat way to do it. You can put someone in memory, their name on it. Our teachers can go there. Any coaches and athletes, they'll be over by the Cy Green Garden, as we call it, in the parking lot, so they can have a special spot. This is just an incredible way for us to raise money for our kids, and I want to make sure that you guys were informed of it, and as usual, that you're going to support my initiatives, and that our mayor gets a brick, that my good friend Calfani Stevens, our deputy mayor, and his family gets a brick. And I know that Mike McGinnis is going to get a brick. And I've already talked to Melanie about getting a brick. So I'm working on this. The other thing I want to do to you guys is make sure that the Alumni Foundation is rebranding itself. We haven't been very active in the community doing the things that our goals were set for in our paperwork. So they booted me in, and now they're getting a bunch of Terry Covington. We're going to try and pull off a street party downtown. Councilwoman Rutherford is assisting us with that, a family activity. Kids need to see us as professionals, as family members, and that we can all work together as a community. You cannot separate our school district from our city. As I talk about it, those houses sell better if we have a great school district. And the greatest resource in our community are alums. Whether we've gone off to college and have other types of employment, whether we're working at the plant, whatever it is, kids need to see us in those roles. That will start it. The school district has given us the Friday before the game. The game is on Saturday this year, guys, for homecoming. We'll have a morning parade and a football game and tailgating. We're really rocking this thing, and we all need to get on board with it. So if that occurs, I expect to see you all tailgating with us and have your purple and white on, because now we're all on one accord, and we're just here to support those kids. I don't care where you went to school. So that's a big thing for me as well. We're going to host a gala on that Friday. We're pulling all of those things together. And then we're going to also bring back our mentoring. We'll partner with whomever wants to do that. And we're going to assist with reunions so that everybody isn't out there trying to get different things together. The Alumni Foundation can streamline that, assist with it, convince our classes to give scholarship dollars back. We've got a lot of ideas, and I know a lot of them are mine, but I've been here for a long time, and I understand it. So I thank you for the time. I have applications for the bricks with me, and since I've already missed cooking dinner for my husband, I might as well hang outside after your meeting and make sure that you all get one.
Thank you, Ms. Covington. Ms. Beatrice Wright?
Good afternoon, council, mayor, deputy deputy clerk. I just wanted to continue on my support of of us always having a golf course. But you know what? I really want to commend the council and administration on the cleanup. I think we were hampered by the weather. You might have been hampered by the weather, but people were hampered by the weather. I was at Bedette Park on Saturday, and I didn't see anybody else cleaning up, but somebody may have beat me there earlier in the morning. But it kind of started snowing, and I finished cleaning what I wanted to do. Thank you for the dumpsters. I think a recommendation that I might offer regarding dumpsters is that you get the word out somehow so that people know where the dumpsters are. I knew where 3 dumpsters were. But for instance, I know you announced where your dumpsters were last meeting, but to save my life, I could not remember where your dumpsters were. But I did tell people who had overdumped in the Oak Lawn 2 dumpsters that you could go to Bedette Park and put things in. So that would be something that I would recommend. I wanted to, and maybe we need to have another cleanup on a Saturday in May. Just a thought. Wanted to announce that at the Bowen Center tomorrow, they're starting a nutrition class. It's called Fresh Conversation. It will be on Wednesdays at 9 o'clock for the next 10 weeks at the Bowen Center. If you want some more information, you can dial 248-758-3240. Also, I want to announce here, I've gone to the high schools, but I want to announce the Midnight Golf Scholarship, the Lionel Jordan Tommy Longest Scholarship. Last year, we raised $200,000 for a number of initiatives, but one of them is the Jordan Longus Memorial Scholarship. So we are giving students in Pontiac, and even those who attend schools of choice, till the end of this month, and you must have those scholarships in by May 1st. And finally, I want to thank you for enforcing the Municipal Code of Michigan, I think it is, at 508 Ditmar. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Pastor Kathy?
We talk a lot about getting jobs for the contractors in Pontiac. It's been my experience for the last few years that every time our building puts out for bids, they always come in higher than everybody else. And it happened again today, which put me in mind of this. They've got to become more competitive. I believe it's the profit margin, and I know they need to make their money when they can, but if you're putting out for bids and you're always coming in $3,000 or $4,000 more than other companies that are not in Pontiac, you know what happens. They don't get the bid. So it's just, I'm throwing it out there because it's become a real problem. The wonderful program that we had, the first presentation today, there are at least 4 other groups here in Pontiac using that same model. There is another national company working with a couple of them. We need to get together instead of splitting it around like this, because the model is right. The model works. It's proven to work. It works in Baltimore. It works in Boston. It works on the West Coast. We know that it works, but none of us are big enough in ourselves to do it alone. When you have this kind of a group that's formed, there are other groups in Pontiac trying to do the same thing with the same exact model, and we need to get together. I had a prison ministry for over 25 years, and I know experientially that your greatest resource in recidivism is the prisoners that are now not prisoners anymore, and they're the ones that are always overlooked. We get a lot of information from prisoners who are still inside as to what can be done to make it better for them when they get out, for their families that are suffering, what they went through that caused them to be where they are, not just the oh, poor me, but the legitimate reasons. One of the things I noticed in the presentation, and it's been alluded to before tonight, is the lack of people who live in the communities, who know who these people are. It's wonderful to get your politicians and your group leaders and your business owners involved. They need to be involved. But the people with the boots in the trenches that are living with the crime, the people that know who the criminals are, you've got to get them involved. They can't always be the afterthought because they know these people. Some of them belong to those people. They know firsthand what works and what doesn't work. And it's imperative that you get them involved. You can't just always be the people that run the town one way or another. It's got to be the people in the trenches.
Well, thank you. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Once again, I'm talking as a resident. I'm Darlene Clark. I don't know, I'm going to talk just 1 minute on the pod issue. A pod is a container that is rented out through a company to help a person who rents it to store their equipment. Now, the city does have rules. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But if the rules are not told, and you've got to remember, if you address that I had a pod for well over 2 years, I had a pod in my yard for a year. It was over a year. It wasn't quite 2 years. Due to COVID, to shut the city down, to shut builders down, to shut everything down where the pod had to stay. I didn't like paying no $400 a month for a pod. If it goes off-site, it's well almost $500, okay? So having it on the property would have been convenient. I have 120 square foot of property. I have 2 driveways. It was not in anyone's way. It was in a driveway that's not even being used. Now, doing it, when I say if it's not broke, don't fix it, doing it your way, according to the administration, how they want to do it, I am getting ready to do a large construction. Yes, I can move the pod. According to them, get a building permit. I will. That will allow me to have a pod. But what if the work that I'm going after is going to go longer than 30 days? What if the builders, because builders today, they put jobs behind jobs. They let sitting, they have what you call, things to set, the cement, the wood. They have to get all this. It's not that I don't pay them, but you're not hurting me. You're hurting the little person who does not have a 4,000 square foot home. I will get due. I have enough property to make do what I need to get done. But you're hurting the small person who's trying to improve their homes. Allow them to have a pod with permit. If you did not know that a permit was needed, through the whole year and a half I had that pod, not one time I knew that a permit was necessary. It was never told to me. When the new administration came into office, they should have made it very clear that I need to come to the city and talk about obtaining a permit. It was not done. Do you understand what I'm saying to you guys? No, we don't want a junky neighborhood. If you come to my home, you can see the clarity and the cleanness that's around my home. But you want to know what these dumpsters is that these businesses are using? And thus is their equipment in their home. These are permanent, what businesses are having. A pod is a temporary fix if you want to keep paying that fee. So differentiate for what you see. Is a pod necessary? It's the change of time. This right here with the people that have these in their yard, those are the people. I understand what you're saying, Ms. Redford. There's people within there. But in your district, this is your district, and it's on Luther and Franklin. And the residents see this. The people who pay taxes, I feel rejected by council, that they're not hearing us. Talk to the people. It's not hard to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chuck Johnson. You pass. Okay. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Okay, real quickly, I want to take care of some business. I don't see Mr. Cooley here, but hopefully one of you guys will get this to him. The signs on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Street, please include that in my district. I've been trying to get them for years. You can't even see the signs over there by Pontiac Northern. They need a sign over there. Emerson Street and Perry Street. Councilman Parker, right down Emerson, right off of Perry Street, down Emerson Street. Speaking of sign, I don't like to call names because I don't. But I want you to ride down Emerson Street off of Perry Street. There's signs in front of a person's house that then put signs out there saying you can't park in front of their house on the street. And then put it up and down the street. Made their own signs. So I'm coming up here personally taking the hack for it. I tried calling code enforcement. I'll get to that in a minute, why that ain't gonna work with no cards. And no one has answered me. So I had to come down here publicly and say this. Perry Street, off of Emerson, coming down the street, this particular neighbor, you'll see right off, he done made his own signs that you can't park in front of his house. The street don't belong to you, sorry. You can't do that. He won't let anyone park in front of the home. He got a no parking sign, he made his own. Potholes, ask for code enforcement, to go back to code enforcement. See, this is the problem that I got with the pods, is that how code enforcement is gonna enforce this when I have been calling them for days and they can't even answer me for an issue, what I just addressed. So if a person get a pod, how are you gonna call the city? Hell, you can't get anybody to answer the phones. No one answers the phone. I never seen anything like this. Mayor, I thought you had 8 or 9 code enforcement people. Are they riding the street and looking at what I'm doing? Even though I'm not on council, I do this all the time. It's pothole on Orchard, Franklin Road, right in front of that store before, right there by M1. Maybe M1 will fix it or something. There are gutters, almost knocked my frame of my truck in, right there by that store. Potholes all over the city. I know people are complaining about it because they are really bad. Now I want to go back to the pods real quick. What Ms. Clark is not saying is that when she started coming down here and speaking up, it's called, and this is the business I'm in, it's called politic retaliation. All of a sudden, they put her house up on the film, got her house with the pod, and now they want to take care of pods, and pods been in this city for years and nobody did anything. Not a thing. So put it together, Pontiac. I want you to listen to me out here. Is this personal retaliation at Ms. Clark? I was looking at TV. I've been going home for months just looking. I had to come down and say something because anybody know me, I'm going to call it like it is. It's just ironic that we want to do something with pods all of a sudden since Ms. Clark got one and she's been going to court with the administration trying to fix this issue for the last 6 months. Pontiac, we're tired of this. We're tired of this.
Thank you. President McGinnis, that concludes public comment.
Was there anyone that did not sign up that still wanted to claim public comment? Hearing? Well, you had public comment. I mean, so Ms. Wright, you want to share where the scholarship, they can access the scholarship? If you can. And so as she's coming up, we have 2 discussion items that are very brief. And that's what's up next. So, Ms. Wright.
So our students can access that scholarship application on the school district website. And that includes students who are attending school of choice. They can apply as well. On the school district website, under academics, the Midnight Golf, Jordan Longest Memorial Scholarship. Thank you.
Cool. Is there anyone who didn't do public comment that wanted to claim it?
I got one thing I forgot, Mike, if you mind. I was looking at the present.
Taking advantage of my kindness. All right.
Yeah. The item that we had sent back, and I just want to make sure because I wasn't quite clear on this. One area says mixed-use district, and then the other said mixed-use development. I'm not quite sure. Are we changing to mixed-use districts, or is it mixed-use developments?
We'll research that at the subcommittee level. Thank you for flagging that. Hearing no further final public comments, we're at discussion item. We wanted to congratulate the Deputy Mayor for the City of Pontiac, Kalfani Stevens, for being honored by joining the Michigan Municipal League Board of Directors. I found out about it from another mayor in the region who said, hey, I just came from MML and heard about your deputy mayor, and said not only is it a big deal, but also that it opens up new funding opportunities. They like to give their board of directors, home communities, a lot of attention for funding opportunities for Michigan Municipal League. So thank you for that additional service and outreach. Mayor Kramer?
Yeah, thanks. You stole my thunder by putting this on the agenda. I was going to talk about it under my closing comments before the agenda came out, but this is a big deal. And we're very proud, of course, of Deputy Mayor Stevens serving on the MML Board of Directors. This certainly gives any member of the Board of Directors additional access to resources, additional access to legislators, and an opportunity to really plead the city's case. And of course, having that access alone isn't enough. We need the right person in that position to actually effectively utilize that access. And Deputy Mayor Stevens is that right person. He will effectively utilize that access to bring more resources and opportunities to the city and our residents. And I just want to congratulate him publicly, as I've done privately. But we're very proud of your serving there, and we know that you'll utilize that position to make great things happen for our community.
Councilman Rutherford.
It's just funny to me because I remember when Deputy Stevens was the pretend mayor when we were in high school. and now he's doing things on such a level, that national level. And so I want to say on behalf of Pontiac Central alumni and Ms. Lorraine Phillips, congratulations, sir.
Any further discussion? All right, with that, our second discussion item, Pontiac Pride and Beautification for the 2023 cycle. Wanted to make the community aware that that award process will return again this year, so I hope you are getting fired up and your gears turning to enhance your neighborhood and specifically your slice of Pontiac heaven. And I just want to quickly give council members an opportunity to give me some feedback. I was thinking that we open the window for nominations earlier, but also close them earlier, so that way it's still sort of in the earlier part of the season. So what I was thinking is that come May 1st, which would be next week, we open the, have the nomination forms available online and in person, and that they would be due by the end of June. So it'd be a pretty big window. We can do May through June is that window for nominating. So it still encourages people to make improvements, but then we start distributing signs in the beginning of July. This last year, the signs went out in September, so this would be, a good we'll be moving up the process by about 2 weeks. Last year, the nomination deadlines were due August 15th, so that makes it a month and a half earlier. But it's up to this council if you'd like to make it sooner or shorter. Carrington, Goodman, Rutherford.
Maybe May might be a little too soon. I don't think the yards are ready for nominations.
Okay. I was just thinking, since we already got the format, we can open the window, but it's your call. We can open it starting June 1st, and then so June 1st through 30th, that could be the month where nominations are open.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Flexible.
Yeah.
Councilman Goodman?
I mean, I would recommend just opening it now because, again, we're opening it. That doesn't mean that we are expecting people to be done by then, but some people may get started early. However, I do think ending it on essentially June 30th, which would, I think, coincide with the budget year, correct?
Yeah.
So I think that might be a very perfect way to do it from the 1st to June 30th, ending with the budget year.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford?
The only thing is, most gardens and stuff isn't going to be in full bloom to mid-June, like at the end. So how you judging them when they yards ain't done, especially older gardeners who have been prone and waiting on the tulips to develop. I only know because I'm entering in this year, and so I just want to get a fair shot. I just want to win, Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
I'll point out that we wouldn't begin assessing who makes the cut until basically July comes.
Cool.
What we want to do is leverage this to stimulate and encourage people, hey, this is something that's an amazing, just a morale boost, something, friendly neighborhood competition.
Right.
So that way it can hopefully stimulate and encourage people.
Because Jacobson's flowers are not in yet, so that's all. I'm waiting. Okay.
Councilman Nicholson?
Yeah, if we intend to get it in the water bill too, we just have to check and see what the timing is of the May water bill coming out for June nomination forms.
True. Yeah, and I think when we hit the water bills, it already had opened, so it was sort of like midway through the cycle, and this allows us some bites at the apple. Councilwoman James, microphone.
Yeah, I'm okay with starting early, but I do think that the end of June is a little early for the flowers and, the people that really put their hearts into this. I would recommend that we wait until the end of July at least to cut things off. So if we start in May, we should let that application period run through the end of July.
What's everyone else's thoughts? So Councilwoman James is thinking she wants the cutoff to be the end of July.
Then the complaint gonna be like it was last year, that we didn't get him out to September. We gonna get dog like we did. We need to get it done, get it over with, so we don't give the haters nothing to hate on. I'm just saying, that's it.
So we're talking the end of June to have the cutoff date, the end of June then?
That potentially could be the nomination deadline, and then we start distributing signs essentially in July. But if you'd like, we could basically open it June 1st and go to July 15th, mid-July, and then start distributing the signs end of July, beginning of August. Do people feel good about that?
Yeah, that might be better because Yeah,
Yeah,
gardens, it takes, summer gardens time to get going. And,
I think the issue when we do it too early is that you get people who are ambitious at the beginning of the season. We give them a beautification sign, and then they start to not keep up with their lawn, and they have a beautification sign with shaggy lawn. So I want to, I think the 15th is fine for me as far as getting signs out by the end of July.
How are we feeling about that? June 1st to July 15th, and then start distributing the signs quicker, but still it's in summer.
So June 1st, you turn the nominations off at June?
I'd be opening them June 1st.
Okay,
Turning
that's
them
fine.
off July 15th.
That's fine. Yeah.
And then if we could get some of the signs in Spanish, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. And we heard from the audience, they said, make them colorful. We heard that feedback. Thank you. So with that, any further discussion? Thank you. That just helps make sure that we're proceeding. Yes.
In the past administration, this is an administration question, they used to have a dinner for the best lines and stuff, and I think we should bring that back. There was a committee. It happened in the Baltimore they had it in their administration. Phillips had it in theirs. So I think we need to have an award ceremony because some people spend a lot of money on their yard. And if we pick one from each, this is the best of the best, we should have a dinner or at least a personalized certificate for the yards that we choose.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep marinating on how to take it to the next level. We have the resources in the city council events line item that can make that happen. So we'll communicate with the administration and the communications director on what might be beneficial to keep incentivizing our neighbors to make enhancements to our neighborhood. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman and seconded by Councilman Rutherford to adopt the resolution to proceed into closed session to consider and discuss the purchase of real property and to discuss the confidential legal opinion in connection with the purchase of real property and to discuss settlement strategy and confidential legal opinion in connection with pending litigation, Vanguard Equity Management, LLC v. City of Pontiac, case number 2022-197361-CH. Any discussion? So we will be, if this carries, we'll move into closed session to discuss those two items which are permitted under the Open Meetings Act, Section 8H, and the Open Meetings Act is MCL 15.268, subsection H. So it's pursuant to Sections 8D, 8E, and 8H of the Open Meetings Act regarding those respective items for the closed session. Any discussion on the motion before us? If this motion carries, we will vote to immediately go into closed session. As soon as that closed session ends, we will vote to come out of closed session and resume the balance of the agenda. You are welcome to stay. You are not required to stay. But we intentionally made sure that public comment and discussion and all the items of business happened so that way you didn't have to be beholden to potentially a protracted wait. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Deputy Clerk.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. We are now in closed session at 9:27 p.m.
That's why I want clarification on it. That's why.
They're not saying that she can't have them. The ordinance is not saying she can't have them.
They don't have the money to put up the $900. And there are others like that. It's not like the Salvation Army can put stuff everywhere. St. Vincent de Paul puts it on other people's property. That's different.
But the problem is that we can't penalize, you have to be consistent across the board. That's the issue.
Yeah, but it's part of their business.
Yeah.
Before I would, and the history of the board.
Yeah, that'd be great. That's perfect.
Oh, the room done got cold.
Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we come out of closed session. Hearing no discussion. Roll call and adoption of the motion. Deputy Clerk.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford? Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The City Council is out of closed session at 10:33 p.m. Could I please have a motion to suspend the rules to add
Move by
an
Carrington.
item on the agenda that wasn't previously considered?
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Nicholson, that we move to suspend the rules for the purposes of taking up a new item of business not previously on the adopted agenda. Hearing any discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call on the motion, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve and authorize the mayor to execute the First Amendment to purchase agreement for the purchase of 191 North Glenwood, the former McCarroll School property, at the revised price of $355,000?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Parker. That motion is now before us. We give the floor to the mayor administration for context.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we went through the due diligence period and recognized that there would be some additional unanticipated expenses associated with the property and site preparation, we went back and negotiated with the owner and were able to negotiate a reduction in purchase price of $205,000 to a new purchase price of $355,000. As we've talked about before, there are a lot of advantages to this site, in particular its central location within the city, as well as its close proximity to two very large parks, Oakland Park and Aaron Perry Park, that offer a lot of great outdoor recreational opportunities for our residents.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? So the City Council has taken a few actions related to this. This is the latest. We previously voted on an option to purchase for the site. I want to say that was in October. And then in January, the City Council approved an initial purchase price that started a due diligence period. That due diligence period has just concluded, and that has led us to where we are today with this revised and lower purchase price that's now being considered. Did I see a hand, Councilwoman Rutherford?
Yes, I have a question for the administration. If this is approved, what's the next site, what's the next step, and when would a shovel actually be in the ground?
Yielding to Mayor Brown.
The next step is immediately going out and going through the process to retain an architectural firm, getting designs drawn up, getting demolition done and the site prepared, and getting shovels in the ground at the first available decent weather to do so after we have an actual design. And as part of that design process for the facility, we'll want to include a lot of community input. So I don't think we'll have shovels in the ground this year, but I think we'll have shovels in the ground early next year, hopefully. And I don't know, Deputy Mayor, you may have a different perspective on the timeline, but.
Shovels in the ground from the standpoint of constructing a new edifice, I believe that the mayor is correct. Shovels in the ground from the standpoint of raising the existing building, I would hope that that would happen this year.
Councilman Nicholson, did I see a
No.
hand?
Nope.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the motion to adopt the resolution to approve and authorize the mayor to execute the First Amendment to the purchase agreement for the purchase of 191 North Glenwood, the former McCarroll School property, at the revised price of $355,000. Roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Rutherford,
You can pass and we can go back.
Pass.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and we look forward to many substantial updates to come. We are at communications. There are many written communications from the City Council that you can find on the agenda online or at the hard copies. Before our next meeting, though, there is the Charter Revision Commission meeting on April 27th at 6 p.m. here at City Hall. Meals on Wheels has their Spring Fling Fest, April 27th from 12 to 2 at Ruth Peterson Center. The Center for Employment Opportunities has their Career Pathways Job Fair, April 28th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and that's at the Center for Employment Opportunities on Woodward Avenue in Pontiac. There is a coordinated approach to childhood health training by Oakland County Sheriff Pal, April 28th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at UWM Sports Complex. Oakland County, including for Pontiac residents, has their hazardous item disposal free for our residents April 29th from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. held at Pine Knob Music Theater for this go-around. There's the movie premiere screening of Crane Dance, April 29th. Doors at 6 p.m. at Pontiac's Little Arts Theater. And those are the events that come before next City Council meeting. Mayor Greimel, your mayor's office communications.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I've got 4 communications. Number one, we want to remind residents that we have free landfill days for residents this coming Saturday, April 29th, and the following Saturday, May 6th, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And these are opportunities for residents to bring garbage and deposit it for free at that site. And this is at the Collier Road landfill. So it's a landfill up at 575 Collier Road. I also want to take this opportunity to remind people that it makes a lot more sense for you to take your garbage or debris to the Collier Road landfill on one of the next 2 Saturdays instead of dumping it in dumpsters that have been deployed in the community for community cleanups. Because if you use those dumpsters, you're depriving those groups that are working in that immediate area of having the full dumpster capacity that they really need. So I encourage you, if you're going to drive somewhere to dump things, wait until Saturday, this Saturday, the 29th, or the following Saturday, May 6th, and take it for free up to the Collier Road landfill. The second announcement is we have a Planning Commission meeting this coming next week, May 3rd, Wednesday at 6 p.m., and then a special Planning Commission meeting the following Wednesday, May 10th, also at 6 p.m. Both of those are right here at City Hall in Council Chambers. Also, a reminder that the southbound lanes on Woodward from Rapid Street roughly down to South Boulevard remain closed As of last week at least, the state was on track to finish that project by their estimated completion date of May 26th, at least for purposes of reopening those lanes. There'll be some additional work ongoing after that, but they believed as of last week when I checked in with them that those lanes will be reopened by May 26th. And the fourth and final announcement I have is a Pontiac Resource Fair for current and future homeowners is coming up this Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Bowen Senior Center. It is sponsored by Norbert Burrows, a Pontiac resident and realtor, and our county commissioner, Angela Powell. And by attending this event, you will learn how a mortgage works, how to access down payment assistance, how to find home repair assistance, the importance of a home inspection, foreclosure prevention tips, how to access hardship assistance, and ways to repair your credit. So it's a great opportunity to learn more about how you can become a homeowner, or if you're already a homeowner, how to better improve your opportunities to improve and enhance your home and refinance your mortgage. That's this Saturday, April 29th, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Bowen Center. Come on out.
All right, Mayor Grimley, your closing comments.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. A few things that I want to go over. Number one, a number of cleanups have been postponed due to inclement weather last week and over the weekend. So that includes, by the way, the Bodette Park, the Mill Dam cleanup. So please go to the city's website, find out when those cleanups have been rescheduled to, and come on out to help with those cleanups. Some of those rescheduled cleanups will extend into May. So lots of additional opportunities coming up to roll up your sleeves, come on out, and help all of us in the community clean up our parks. Also, want to correct some misinformation earlier, as I've done before, but the city's audit was done, it was completed, it was provided to the state of Michigan within the parameters of the extensions that the state of Michigan gave the city for good cause to file that audit. So I know that we've had somebody come repeatedly and spread misinformation about that, but I want to make sure that the community knows that audit was done within the time frame provided by the state of Michigan, and that is completed as we look towards the future fiscal year and provide our proposed mayor's budget to city council in the coming week. Also, I want to make sure that everybody has the correct code enforcement phone number. I understand there's been some confusion out there about what phone number to call code enforcement. It is 248-758-2832. That's 248-758-2832. So if there's blight on private property or any other concerns regarding the condition of private property, please call that number so that we can properly enforce and hold accountable private property owners to remediate blight on their property. In a similar vein, I do just want to be clear that there are a lot of blight items that had not been enforced before we all came into office last January of 2022. So there are a lot of situations involving blight, not just pods, that are being enforced for the first time. And I know a member of the public suggested that we were somehow targeting specific individuals. We have reminded all individuals who had pods that they need to comply with city code. There were many homeowners who had pods, and we treated all of those homeowners the same. And we had talked with them in advance before commencing enforcement actions, and we gave them lots of reminders and lots of follow-up. The one member of the public who has spoken about the pod on her property, we had been in communication with her for months before obtaining a court order requiring the removal of that pod. So I want to be really clear that we're treating all homeowners the same, and that we had started last year reminding homeowners about city ordinance. So in our first year in office, we were reminding homeowners and property owners about what city code says regarding pods. that may not have been done by past administrations, but we did it in our first year in office. Also, I want to just again reiterate, as I said towards the beginning of tonight's meeting, that the Anti-Violence Commission does include everyday people, including returning citizens. There were comments made during the meeting that seemed to suggest that it did not have everyday people on it, or that returning citizens or those who have been involved in crime in the past were not included, and they were. And then finally, some of you may be aware of petitions being circulated in our community to force a referendum on the recently enacted adult use marijuana ordinance. This effort was initiated by one or more marijuana companies. While we certainly respect the right of individuals to exercise their rights to seek a referendum, I continue to believe that our recently enacted adult use marijuana ordinance strikes the right balance on the complicated issues involved in approving adult use marijuana. It is important to note that if the petitioners gather the required number of signatures, the implementation of the adult use marijuana ordinance will, at a minimum, be delayed. If the petitioners gather the required number of signatures and voters ultimately vote down the adult use marijuana ordinance, it would mean either that we wouldn't have an adult use marijuana ordinance at all, or that the city would have to start all over with the process of approving an adult use marijuana ordinance. And that's all I've got, Mr. President.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Council President. Just two things. The first is, some of you may know that I am on the OLSA board, and I just want to remind everyone that OLSA's annual Walk for Warmth will be next Saturday, May 6th at Canterbury Village, 9 a.m. You are more than welcome to come out and walk, but if for whatever reason coming out and walking is not able for you, we would love to have donations at OLSA's website, and that's OLSA, OLHSA.org. You can make your donation there. And then the second thing that I would like to say is, earlier in the chambers tonight, someone brought up the idea of the Crown Act. I just want to say that I can't stress enough how important that act and that activity is. As a person who chooses to wear my hair in a natural fashion, the reason why I actually do that now is because when I was younger and I really, really wanted to have long hair, I was told that I couldn't. And I want to make sure that all of the young men today know that that is an option that cannot be forced on them, right? You can be your whole true self. And I will tell you that I have gone through instances in my life where I have actually been discriminated against in the workplace because of my hair. And it is so important that we take that opportunity of discrimination away. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk?
No comment tonight.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilman Parker?
Thank you, Brother President. I just want to thank Pastor Johnson for coming by and doing our invocation. I want to remind everybody about National Day of Prayer, May 4th. Hopefully we'll get one of the people that's on the committee to come by and discuss that with us further next week. I want to thank the Oakland Ford, Kermit Williams and Oakland Ford, for coming and help clean up Galloway Park on Thursday. And just want to continue to invite everybody to our Law and Courts. It is a public meeting, subcommittee meeting. It happens every fourth Monday at 4 p.m. in the council chambers. And with that, I'll say good evening.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kathleen James.
Yes, I just want to thank everyone that came out to participate in our our annual spring cleanup. We had some wonderful groups that came out to help us clean up Cherry Lawn Park. We also did remulch of the playscape at Aaron Perry. So really appreciate all the wonderful volunteers that came out to help us. And also our District 4 Community Council meeting. I'm still awaiting getting confirmation of being able to use the church. So that meeting, we're scheduled to have a meeting on this coming Thursday, but please reach out to me before you come so that we can confirm that we will be having a meeting. Right now, we don't have a confirmation, but give me a call at 248-425-4663. We are scheduled, but it hasn't been officially confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Goodman.
First of all, I want to thank the people who, my residents who came out to the district meeting that happened last week. I really appreciate all of you coming out to hear about the many things that are happening. I appreciate the mayor for coming out, offering information, as well as Council President McGinnis for offering information and being there and allowing the District 3 to use the space of the History Center in his capacity as Executive Director at the Pioneer Society. To also, like, I guess, back up what Deputy Mayor said, as a black man with longer hair, specifically one who, when I ran for office, I was told that for me to win, I'd have to cut my hair most likely. Obviously, didn't do that, and here I am. But the acknowledgement that that is even a realm of discussion, you know, not just in terms of optic discrimination, but in terms of actual job discrimination. As a person who, again, passed earlier resolution about workers, it's completely asinine that that hair is even remotely a part of the conversation when it comes to whether or not someone deserves to have a job or to exist or to participate in sports, for example. So I hope to do more work in advocacy specifically around that issue because, funny enough, before the previous mayor walked in here, I actually already had that written down as something that I wanted to further look into, not just on a city level, but obviously pushing the state. Don't want to say great minds think alike, but sometimes lightning does strike multiple people at once. So with that, I will say good night.
Councilman Brett Nicholson.
Want to remind District 2 residents that our cleanups for the Huron and Telegraph corridors were moved to April 29th. So please come join us for those. We'll be running from 9 a.m. On through about 3 p.m. that day. So feel free to join in. Our staging location is Indian Village Park. So feel free to join us. We'll have all the supplies there and dumpsters nearby. Want to make sure that Seminole Hills, especially Seminole Hills residents, do get in contact or answer telephone calls from the Water Resource Commission. About 30% of our households did not answer the phone and to sign their waivers and agree to a time for them to stop by. Water service lines replacement are restarting within the next 3 weeks. That initial sign-off will also be the same sign-off that they will be using for a much larger infrastructure project that's going to be starting later this year and wrap up before Thanksgiving of next year. Many of our streets will be ripped out. Our sanitary lines will be replaced. Our clean freshwater lines, high-pressure lines, and our roads and curbs. So feel free to reach out to me to know a little bit more about that or come to our next district meeting on May 22nd. They will be in person to give an update about that. They are in the engineering phase right now for Ottawa Hills as well as Indian Village. So we will continue to update, but those will happen likely kick off next year as they're still in those phases. This is a very similar project to what they did on the north side on the Liberty Street corridor. However, this will be a little bit more in depth because the actual sewer connection that goes inside of your basement or up to your wall if you have a slab, they will actually be replacing that inside your home as well. So they do need for you to sign that waiver. So feel free to contact WRC to make an arrangement to sign that or come and see me and I can give you that form as well.
All right, Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford.
Each and every one of you has the power, the will, and the capacity to make a difference in the world in which you live, and that was said by the late, great Harry Belafonte. Each week we make choices and votes, and it is my hope that we look at the long-term goals and not just a Pyrrhic victory. Pyrrhic victory is a victory that inflicts such devastating toll that is transformative to defeat. Such a victory negates any true sense of achievement or changes long-term progress. I say that because we have complained about blight and yet we have an opportunity to get it right, and we do not always do what's in the best interest. It is my hope that we do what's in the best interest for everybody. No one is picking on anyone. It's because for a year, I was told District 1 was dirty, a mess. It's trash everywhere. So I took all of those things that were told to me, and I started asking questions about property, because I don't own a home. I'm a renter, but I know a little bit. I started asking about pods. I started asking about anything that has to do with making sure that property and business owners are held accountable, because it is so easy to complain. So easy. But it's hard to make real long-term changes. And I don't want to have a conscience of saying, I walked the walk, but I didn't talk the talk. And so that's why I'm pushing different initiatives in my district, because if you keep complaining about the same thing and then I'm trying to fix it, and then you say I'm not doing it, it's appalling to me. It frustrates me. It makes me angry. Kudos to the mayor for actually telling the truth, because they have been dealing with certain people in my district for almost 7 to 8 months. And then I have to hear people blatantly lie. And that's what they do. They lie. And I'm not in the mood for that. I'm about to be 44 next week, and I don't play those games because I don't have time to play with people. I don't have time for that. I got real issues in my district, and I'm trying to really, really solve them. And it is my hope that this council supports those issues, because I support all your issues in your district. Lastly, there will not be a District 1 meeting because I have to plan to sing at one of my closest friends' funeral, the late, great Darwin Benson. Darwin Benson had a word that he said, dig that. And that meant, do you dig what you're saying? Are you really being who you say you are? Are you really representing yourself and your community? And I want his memory to be in this community, because he was an educator, he was a teacher, he came from nothing. Born and raised in Lakeside, he came from nothing. And he went on to graduate from Oakland University. He went on to become a dean. He went on to become a principal, but he still kept that sense of understanding ownership and understanding the responsibility, because when you are born, raised, and bred from here, you have a different level of responsibility. And so for that, I'm saying, look at the leaders that we are creating and let's honor them. I want to thank everyone who has been supporting me in this moment. It has not been easy for me. I have known Darwin since I was 9 years old, and he is my friend, and he is an asset to this community, and he will be missed. So there will not be a meeting on April the 28th because of that. And I ask that you keep continually praying for his family, his children, and this community, because Lakeside, AKA the projects, lost a great one. And to that I say good night.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I'd like to say thank everyone that have participated in tonight's council meeting, as well as those that are watching online. I just want to give a couple of updates concerning 6 district cleanup opportunities coming up this week. Oakland Park, April the 27th from 1 to 3 p.m. Please come out and join GM of CARES, volunteers, I'm really hoping that the neighborhoods will come out. Because I know we talk a lot of time about those that don't stay in the city of Pontiac actually participate in our cleanup. So, but as far as I'm concerned, it's the responsibility of the residents of our city to participate in these cleanups. So please come out. Charlie Harrison Park cleanup is Saturday, April the 29th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It will rain that morning. Don't let that rain stop you, because it would clear around 9:30 a.m. So please don't use the rain as an excuse not to come out to the park. I got We Care Neighborhood Association that's going to be joining that cleanup. The city of Pontiac as a sponsor. World Believing Christian Center will be at that cleanup as well as a Ascend Foundation. And echoing Councilwoman James, I'd definitely like to thank all those volunteers that came out to Aaron Perry Park in the 6th District. I had an opportunity to drive past that park, and it was definitely clean, and new mulch was put down, and it looked like everything had been painted, and it was so shiny. I couldn't even take the credit for it, so I had to give credit to somebody else, but it was definitely a well-cleaned park. Also, I want to bring attention to something to the mayor's office, and I know me and the mayor text and talk over this past weekend concerning making sure that all groups and organizations actually take time to go through the DPW or our Parks and Recreation Department now to make sure that we know who's in the park and we know that they're utilizing the park, because some organizations have created their own tournaments that last throughout the summer, which is so unfair for those others that want to participate in those parks. So I want to make sure that we be fair to all participants. Everyone in our city has the same opportunity to participate and utilize our parks. Concerning blight, I know some things have been said, but I just want to talk about the historical perspective when it comes to why I'm really, really hoping that we get consistency when it comes to our ordinance. When we give our code enforcement people guidance, we need to give them consistent ordinance and policies that are consistent so they won't have to make that judgment, well, maybe I do it here, maybe I don't do it here. So we need consistency. Some areas that I've saw improvement over this past year and a half was along University Avenue. For over a decade, I have been trying to get some movement along the University corridor along with other residents of the 6th District. It never happened. I just want to say that prior to this administration, it was no movement. Basically, some of the staff in previous administrations actually overlooked those complicated and complex situations that they couldn't actually take care of. These are very complex situations when you have 3 or 4 houses with more junk than a junkyard on all 3 properties, and we can't figure out who owns these properties. That is very complicated. Prior administrations decided not to do anything when they found out they gave up. I'm just going to say that. Along Perry Road, we have the same situation. If you go behind some of these houses, I would say and it's bad, because I've been behind some of these buildings, and I still can't understand how anybody would want that around them. There's so much blight and trash and vehicles and everything. It's got mobile homes and everything behind some of these properties. And it's probably going to cost the city $100,000 to clean this up ourselves. But I'm going to say this again, I've seen movement, and I've been trying to get this done for a decade without movement. So this past year and a half, I have seen movement on these properties. So I'm I was just very thankful for our current code enforcement that's trying to do a real good job in making sure we eliminate some of this blight. But I also want to make sure that the council, we give conceit and precise and consistent decisions to our code enforcement. Because if we don't, you have them in between, I don't know what to do, or they don't know how to take care of a situation. So our policies need to be consistent across the board. And I know that affects some companies, even some organizations that I support, but I still think we have to be consistent. We can't decide who and not, and who should we enforce it and who should not enforce it. That just seemed too confusing, and it's definitely confusing for our code enforcement. And saying that, good night.
Good evening, I'm Mike McGinnis, District 7. I'll try to be very brief. So this last week, in addition to my weekly duties as City Council President of presiding in our meetings and trying to facilitate forward movement internally for our council operations for District 7, these last week, multiple days I was at Steed Park helping with cleanups in that neglected but important public park, and looking forward to enhancements that we can plan to take it to the next level. I want to thank the many organizations, businesses, community groups, and residents that joined in for Murphy Park cleanup activities on Thursday and then as well on Sunday with a fun district project coming to fruition with enhanced plants and native gardens. Tackling debris and dumping along the neighborhood streets, the dumpster at Murphy Park came in handy for residents and I that handled some of the stuff that had been accumulating that needed attention. I shared with the administration already about the intersection of Pike and Eastway, and that needs some engineering attention. Submitted multiple pothole sightings from myself and then from numerous district residents as we continue to go pothole hunting. I submitted grant funding request for a micro grant for a neighborhood improvement project on the east side. This coming Friday, I'll be at the Village of Oakland Woods, that neighborhood off of Opdyke Road, for a coffee meet and greet for the residents again this Friday. I know the mayor does a great job of consistently engaging with the residents in that housing complex, and I thank you for that. And our next District 7 meeting is Monday, May 8th at 7 p.m. at Prospect Missionary Church. And I'll leave it at that for the sake of time. Is there a motion to adjourn this evening's meeting?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, second by Councilman Nicholson, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7-0.
That motion carries. We stand